what's go time for Sonic? Yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive. Sonic and Onyx though, actually get the opening shot on the 5, gets a second one, gets a third one! Shuts down the Sonic stream just like that, and one quick move, he gets all 4 of them! Absolutely crazy moment.
And what's up, ladies and gents? Welcome to a brand new season of the APAC Qualifiers 2025. My name's Contra. Joining me is Saga, and we're going to have a whole lot of awesome action coming in from the best of the best across APAC. Saga, how are you feeling, my friend?
Coming to you live in full 144p right now. Let's go. Phase 1 qualifiers for APAC. Man, we've been waiting for this for a long time.
Yeah, I've been waiting for months, and we're definitely going to see a whole lot of new stuff coming in where teams have definitely made roster changes, and we'll definitely touch a whole lot more on that later on. But of course, I do look forward to all the action where we're getting a whole lot of new names on the block as well, alongside with some of the veterans in the scene.
Yeah, there's quite a few who have been around for a long time, quite a few who have already made their rest to the grand finals, but we'll touch a little bit on that slightly later on. For now, we're focusing really on all of the teams that have made their way, some of them even through open qualifiers, into their national leagues, and now get the chance to play for a spot, potentially making it all the way to the Global Series 7 and 8 in just about a month's time.
That's right. If you guys have managed to also catch the qualifiers coming in from the PVS, PTS, or even from the Masters regions, there's definitely a whole lot of upsets as well, where we might have to actually say goodbye to some of the favorites across the regions. But of course, we'll uncover a little bit more on that. If you guys just joined us, of course, you guys are just in time to check out what's happening here throughout the course of the APAC qualifiers. Of course, to kick things off, we will start off with our playing stage, which will be a total of 18 matches throughout the course of this weekend. And of course, on your screen are the participating teams, as they will be looking to lock in the top 8 spot to proceed to the grand finals.
Recognizable names in the lobby that we have so far today, and the rest end in the play-in stage, running from Friday through until Sunday, where the top 8 will progress into the final stage next weekend, starting March the 20th, facing off against the 8 teams already seeded. That's 3 from the series, 3 from Thailand, and 2 from the Master Series, waiting to try and claim those spots for the PGS series.
That's right. That coveted spot definitely will eventually be claimed by some of all these young bloods, as well as all the big names that we've expected to also be performing throughout the course of the APAC qualifier runs. But of course, we still have titans such as Cerberus, and not forgetting the Expendables, who will be on board later in the final stages, where of course they have been able to take the global championship home. We'll see whether if they can do that all over again, if they could qualify to the PGS.
Big boost for the teams that have already made their way to the final, not only in their chances of getting to PGS, but also with the fact them prize money by already claiming at least top 16 and likely higher, where teams could win up to $25,000 US plus individual prizes, as well as listed on the right-hand side, part of our $80,000 total prize pool for the APAC Qualifier Series. And right there on screen, the teams on the left-hand side will not be playing this weekend. They're already locked into the finals. Definitely some big names there waiting for their chance to participate. But right now, we've got to find out which of the 8 teams are going to be meeting them there.
Yeah, and of course, with all these teams now being in the very same lobby, we'll expect them to be making certain adjustments when we drop into the first map of each respective course. So we'll definitely want to see if there are going to be a lot of contests happening across certain areas of play, as we will kick things off in a double wrangle round, and then followed by round and rondo in match 3, and of course in match 4 it's Tego, ending the day with double Miramar.
Double wrangle to start things off. We couldn't really ask for a better, more comfortable battlegrounds for all of these teams. Some of the players have been participating in esports since Miramar, before Miramar was even introduced into the game, all the way back multiple years into this game's 8-year-long history now. At this point, they're still already competing at the highest level, and they're still going today. But there's also been tons of young come in, joining into the competition, some of which has been out-fragging even the veterans. Players like Tanvu have really turned into absolute monsters, and we've got a few young gunners in the playoff to keep an eye on too.
Yeah, just look at some of all these stacked rosters out there, and when we take a look into the regions like the PTS, it seemed like majority of all these teams, they're not making too many major changes coming into the roster. If there's anything at all, probably just a player or two that's going to be jumping around, which we'll cover once we hit into the lobbies later on. But looking at the situation for even the Masters region, we have favorites like PMA that did not actually qualify, and now we also have all these big titans out there. And of course, I'm definitely looking forward for the return of Flood back into the scene, where he's been able to join Decimate to be playing here back in APAC.
Yeah, Master Series definitely has some big teams to keep an eye on. Decimate, of course, going to ring a lot of bells if you look at the players on that roster. Some of the best players to never win a championship in APAC, but goddamn, they have come extremely close. Players like Insight, championships outside of the region, but in APAC, still yet to find that ultimate success, even back in the days in Continental. So Fury picking up second and third places left, right, and center, but never quite claiming first. This might be an opportunity to do so. But there's also plenty of other talent in that region as well. Archangel Predator, a team name that's very recognizable to longtime fans of APAC. Those players from that roster will be participating today. HAPPIE squad, keep an eye on them.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that as we're getting ourselves ready for our first match of the day. And it's always going to be great to actually check out how these teams actually adjust to all these situations. But ooh, definitely will be a little bit dicey on how this one's going to turn out. So looking forward to it. Of course, we'll be starting in a minute or so, where we're going to be looking at what sort of changes will these teams be bringing forward. And of course, looking at the Thai region, we also do have the return of Sharper Esports. It's been a couple seasons now since they've been able to make the cut into the APAC rounds, and it's really felt like it's ages ago. So it's great to actually see players like Thunders coming back to the scene, and they're also joined along by names like KM99, who have moved into the squad coming from Force Natural Gaming. So that's definitely a player that we'll be looking out for.
Yeah, there's plenty of talent in the Thailand region, but they are the one team has been so far unable to claim a global title. Vietnam has 2 under their belt, and one of those teams that has claimed a title at PGS 3 did not get the direct seed into final. So Cerberus Esports will be participating here in the play-in stage. It's going to be on their performance.
Yeah, they're absolute monsters in the lobby. I'm excited, and I believe it's about time that we will actually get right into our first drop of the day.
All right, Erangel, here we go. First game coming right up, and let me tell you, we have 16 incredibly exciting teams to watch. If you are a fan of early game fighting, chaos, a little bit of the less structured kind of PUBG, maybe we'll call it. International teams tend to focus on their macro. APAC, we like shoots, so expect to see a lot of that coming through in game number 1.
Definitely a whole lot of action, especially now with the initial flight path that's pretty much skewed a little bit more towards the north as well as central plains. We expect teams to be contesting for those vehicles as well as maybe perhaps going for alternate drops. So we definitely want to keep an eye over on the minimap to see if there's going to be any form of early shenanigans.
We'll keep an eye out for where hot drops may well be coming through. Close range between Zen Esports and 4Tanker up towards Severny. Those are two teams that really weren't expecting a flight path. And Esports does like to go all the way down to the military base, but it seems everywhere else around the map, generally people have come to some sort of arrangement to separate themselves out, although HAPPIE Squad and TTS both dressed in bright yellow colors on the eastern side of Yasnaya, very close to one another. Tentrip and Ia very close to maybe getting into a contest over vehicles with Diziel and Metal D, but it looks like for now everyone's going to back away and we get into this nice and easy.
Yeah, seems like they probably have made certain adjustments already through perhaps a couple of scrims that they had prior to the beginning of this tournament. So X-Men, they're definitely locked into a really perfect spot just in between Rozak as well as Ruin. So they will be able to have certain region of control, but we'll definitely have to see whether or not if it shifts away later on. But for now, coast seems to be clear as we're still staring over our minimap. Probably nothing much will be coming into a fight at this moment. Well, if I'm actually making any sense with my sentence at all, but yeah, coast is clear. It's just gonna be the looting phase as we're keeping our eyes onto FW Esports.
Tonke, a man who in the Thailand series of old has been in contention for some of the highest fragging output of the entire series, but this time around he was slacking somewhat, only able to pick up just a couple of points here and there. Definitely needs to pick up his performance to match some of the output from the rest of his team. Sixax in particular was fragging like a maniac for FW Esports, but they secured the call, and that's the important part. He has a chance to try and turn it around and bring
same could be said about Thailand's finest eArena that has always been very, very consistent for the past couple of APAC runs, are hoping to make another statement run here in the play-ins. So we'll definitely have to see what they have to bring to the table, because now they've brought Norns on board, as of course he's been known to be one of the hottest players from Buriram United. So I believe that with his level of experience as well as the dynamics of how eArena works, I think he should fit perfectly like a glove.
Yeah, you would hope, coming in as he's had a lot of experience with Daytrade. Again, another one who's been a top fragger in the Thailand series. Even at some international events, he's been looking outstanding in some of his performances. This time around, eArena slow in the Thailand series. The first circuit, the first week of games was pretty darn terrible. 14th place overall, but a big turnaround for Circuit 3, so they come in with a little bit of momentum. And we're a team that was maybe expecting two potential spot dropping them on their spot of Ferry Pier, but this northern flight path has resolved a lot of those issues for game. We'll have to wait and see whether they come into play for game 2.
That's right, and overall, R8 Esports so far having almost the entirety of the previous Valley Thai roster is going to be making only small little adjustments coming into this brand new season as well. So expect them to be another hard hitter hitting into this play-in run. But for now, just going to be a little bit more migration coming in from all these teams. TDT starting to make a move as we're looking at this squad that has been playing for years all together now, with, of course, names like Sapao, Feng, as well as Huang to be some of the veterans that has been around for ages already, that's seen like even international tournaments. I believe that they should have a decent run coming into this play-ins.
Yeah, TDT actually performed well above expectation at PGS 5-6 for... It's another roster that has like a good mix of younger players plus some veterans. Huang F made his way out from the Expendables Academy just a couple of years ago, joined up with John in Genius Esports early in 2024, and then combine An and Sapao, who have experience running all the way back to 2020 and even 2018 for Sapao. Yeah, you have a team that is definitely one of the echelons when it comes to Vietnamese PUBG. This time their performance wasn't quite at the par of another young really mentioned. Buffalo Esports have recently been picked up and changed their name to Team Flash. They were a team that in the series shocked everyone with their massive performance, consistent all the way across. Definitely a team that many people didn't have on the cards for top one the whole thing. So when it comes to up-and-coming talent in Vietnam, there is no doubt that there is an abundance.
Yeah, I didn't manage to catch too many of those games coming from the PVS, but I'm definitely keen to see how will they actually match up to teams like the Expendables or even some of the finalists coming in from PMS as well as the PTS. So far, everything looks pretty clear as they've been able to actually book some centralized spot for the side of NKT. That's how what has been around for some time, and we also do see the return of Khan coming into the equation. Now, we're only getting ourselves a little bit of scuffle between Zen Esports as well as TDT. It's only going to be a lurker, it seems, but the rest of Zen is just across the hillside, so Paul's going to be scouting them out.
Maybe expecting these two teams to come to blows late to tournament, especially on Miramar, both favoring the lost spot, but TDT going to aggression hilltop and force Zen to turn back around. They were thinking about looking for this spot themselves. They get turned back by the shots of Huang F. He connects a couple, but not enough for a knock.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a little bit troublesome for Zen Esports to find a safe way to actually book a central spot. So from where they started off, they haven't really left the area. And the thing about dropping into the outskirts of shooting range is that you don't exactly have too much to actually loot out from to actually get too stocked up. But esports mode, you still get just about decent amount of gear to actually begin with. So we'll definitely want to see how Zen Esports is going to cope with this one, since they had at least some good coverage of the phase 1 circle coming into the northern region. While we have WDG 789, he's just going to be lurking around. He's all alone though, so he's got to be absolutely careful about this situation where he's already heard those shots coming from Hong F early on, so he would definitely tread very, very lightly.
He's going to have support somewhat nearby, but it's nowhere near as the enemy is. He's definitely behind enemy lines at current moment, so if he pops up and does get knocked, he's in some trouble. Tanadol might in a similar situation as well, playing on the more open side of the road, just north of River. Got Tier in the house, and they seem aware that 4Tanker are lurking. 4Tanker, another team that has some pretty extensive experience on their side. Long K, PCS 2020 champion with DXG back in the Charit Showdown, the very first Continental Series in early 2020. And he was just about enough to get them through on qualification, thanks in big part to Dongchi Esports' 10 points deduction in the PVS finals. But again, the important part is that they made it here. They've got a chance to fix some of the mistakes from the Vietnam series, and it looks like they're trying to play a little bit more of an aggressive zone, spreading themselves a little wider in anticipation for that phase 2 shift. Give them a chance to reposition, find themselves a strong hold for phase 2 onwards.
Yeah, speaking of which, of course, they do get some great bird's eye view all across the hillside, though. But this is definitely a point where a lot of teams will be looking to traverse as well. So perhaps by the time that we hit phase 3 onwards, we'll see plenty of action coming into this corner where 4Tanker is currently holding. But of course, you mentioned 2020, 2021, like that's like a major throwback where we saw Long K back in those glory days, and hopefully there's still a lot left in tank where we get ourselves some glider action coming from Buriram United. Pretty stock standard almost every single game when we see back in the APAC one, they've always been able to actually get vital information on the surroundings where Master is going to be the one piloting, but it's going to be a-okay. So far, no stray bullets hitting him just yet, so coast is clear.
And the zone has actually shifted more favorably down towards the south side of the river, using that glider to scout out the hilltop. Buriram United, so they can make a move up towards Potato Hill and contest for some of that space, that region. Pushing out a little bit of a solo mission. He spots 6 sacks, a little bit lagging behind the rest of his team's convoy. Puts some shots into him. Again, not enough for the knock. But he does serious damage. But our first death of the game confirmed in the kill feed as Windy Gaming do spring the trap and YNGF falls.
Whoa, well, that's a little too early for Wong, don't you think? But of course, it was in the midst of rotation, so it's just a little rough of a run-in. As a WDG, we spotted them out. They were getting all that info of the whereabouts since YNGF definitely fired a couple of shots. So great lurking. They managed to actually get something in return, while Upchin also finds one in the form of Banana One.
Wendy was hold on every bridge that TDT could have possibly used to get back over. So YNGF surprised that he falls victim as he's trying to regroup and get a position for phase 2, but losing some power as well is a real problem for TD. Can continue playing on as a 3-man, especially if it's your IGL who falls early. He can just watch your screens and get better information. But unfortunately, losing 2 players means that you're pretty relegated to playing defensive of the game. They have managed to get into the zone and get themselves an okay position under the watchful eye of 4Tanker up on the hilltop for now. But it is a breachable position, and no doubt later in the game, someone will try and steal it away from them.
Yeah, true enough. And it's just pretty tough to actually navigate their way around without actually getting shot for the moment. Happy squad, though. They've definitely spotted some of all the players from 4TK, so they will try to actually pull into a different direction. But like you said, some of all these bridges have already been cut off, being set by some of the squad's tickers. The next one to fall, though, Oliver, might actually seem like an unknown name, but that's actually Zenman that's been playing in X-Men for quite some time as well. So good to actually have him on board as well coming into this season.
Yeah, I mean, sometime 3 Nations Cup appearances, 3 globals for Savior, 2 Nan. This is a team with, again, a wealth of experience. But again, they still only scraped their way into the play-in stage by 1 single, just barely enough to outlast what was almost the clutch of the century by ISG, the one Japanese team that survived into the PMS finals. The final game nearly pulled off a 1v to steal away the spot from Xavage men, but not quite enough, and they will be thankful for that opportunity to get themselves a chance to get back to globals where they've had so many appearances. But they are a team that on 3 maps have 2 teams looking to contend their drop spots. Again, Flight Path made that not really relevant in game number 1. Keep an eye on as the day progresses. UDirt now watching as TDT have been forced out of the zone for a 2nd time, and they're looking to try and make their way in towards the next phase. Bridge crossing for them, that's a little bit scary. Some stand hesitant, but little do they know, there's an M24 waiting for them to pull up, and John, he lines up the shot but doesn't go for it.
Yeah, he also realizes that Daytrade right back, so Udert's just going to be moving to regroup with the rest of his squad, while Daytrade tries to sift past while he will be going for the bridge as they just cut right under. Taker's going for the waters, but shots now fired, and it's going to be Flash that does survive all these pot shots coming from Elgin bots.
Flash gets over with 1 more in the passenger seat as well. They get a little bit of positioning on the high ground. It's Belmoth, but Taker's low ground, and this bridge, as terrible as a spot as it looks, can play a big factor in the late game in circles like this. It's not that uncommon to see teams surviving under these sorts of bridges, and the one to the east above the garden compound as well. And you can easily squeak out a top 5, even a top 3 from this kind of position. But with Daytrade having some presence now on the main, I hope some a little higher.
Yeah, very, very cheeky angles out right there, setting up for the late game, like you said. Especially taking that control over northern portion of the Rozhok definitely would be pretty vital, judging for the fact that this is pretty much a bit center in the current phase of this moment. We'll definitely have to see what will Windy Gaming do about the situation where they're still pretty much landlocked over on the northern side. Eventually, they might need to cut over onto the southern end to join with the rest of the groups inside Rozhok. So Tito is just being absolutely careful, understanding the fact that there is still TDT that's still hiding around. Well, Cerberus is just going to be looking for a spot, moving in the middle open, attracting plenty of attention coming in from the side of MGG. So far, safe and sound, while they are just hoping to find a little bit of cover as they drive right underneath the bridge. Thankfully, it wasn't the other side of the bridge where it was prior booked from the other player.
Yeah, well, Tigger pulled up this bridge I was making reference to, and Cerberus knows that, again, it looks pretty terrible at this current moment in time, while that forest high ground on the east, as soon as that can survive and shifts anywhere to the west, this suddenly becomes a much more playable position, and you actually get a couple of opportunities to flex out sometimes. Zone has been almost into them, as Tatsuat will have to move slightly to the south, but not before he sits down Lambao. He's looking for the flush. Cerberus might be able to get the smoke stop in time as FW trying emergency parachute, but where is there to go? Options extremely limited, hard cover few and far between. Looks like they might be going to contest for the forest. This is going to take Cerberus, and NKT going to be forced to take this fight.
Oh, and KT, they absolutely expected their arrival. Shots now being fired. Raze is going to be safer now. Meanwhile, Norin's being caught up. There's a battle by the war tanks while we have Savage Men trying to hold out eArena. They will be pressurized from R8 as well. So that is definitely going to be a tough spot for them to actually hold onto while they're just using a couple of vehicles to actually cover themselves for the time being. At least there's still a little bit more breathing space for them, while Teddy actually gets a clip over onto Leverage as well. So the coast ain't clear just yet.
It's a double-edged sword of having the high ground in these sort of positions. It means you can see everyone in the zone, but that means everyone in the zone can see you as well. Isn't really anywhere safe for eArena to fall back to unless they use all of their smokes, all of their utility, and maybe use their vehicles for cover, which is going to make them be impossible to with later on, especially with R8 creeping up behind them, pushing into blue zone. They're now getting up close with the vehicles. Knocks up here, they see the smokes, and they know where to aim their grenades. Zizzy tries to move over to take the peak, but still Megvalos and UNQ on the back line, keeping him honest.
Yeah, this is just going to be a three-way battle, and the moment that these two teams commit, it might just be the time for Savage Man to also flank right through, and here comes the push, and will be held right through by Larix as he managed to stop Latte on his tracks. Thankfully, there's just about enough smokes, but I say that's a beautiful nade dropped in by Larix.
It's an important one as well. Prevented Canaxi from getting heal, getting that to buy a lot of time for eArena to get revives of their own and even start throwing even more grenades down. Unique is now under a lot of pressure. Larix forcing Megvalos to keep his head down behind the tree. He can't even. He's pushing for this. Zizzy's going in.
Yeah, perfect angles for him, and there's barely enough cover coming right through for Megvalos. He's holding down the line, and the Blues is already creeping in. He's about to bleed out. He's only good for a trade. Meanwhile, Tigger is absolutely going fishing. Finds two for free, and there goes Zen Esports, one of the first few to be out.
Oh, Canaxi, he's back on his feet. Megvalos gets a knock onto Jacob as well. This push is falling apart for eArena on the hill, but we're seeing a little bit of the demonstration why that bridge is pretty playable once you're under no pressure from the edges. eArena do manage to clean it up, but it's costly. They did have to protect their backline at all costs. It is a dear cost to pay. Zizzy and Jacob, two extremely solid players, falling, and it's Megvalos in the anchoring down behind the hilltop under a lot of pressure, still getting the job done. Now Roy Esports look to capitalize.
Yeah, they've put all those noises and with two members sent right in. There's still a good chance for the side of eArena to be able to hunker down for the spot for the current moment. The rest of the members of Roy Esports will actually support coming from school, so that is going to be the case in point for now. Roy Esports decide not to actually go in for the full push, pulls all the way back. As we're looking at the Masters team to be playing it a little bit safer, as they will definitely want to prioritize on the shift of the phase coming real soon.
30 seconds until we see where the next Roy Esports are hoping that it will shift back towards the school. It can put the compound to some use. They did look to push out, didn't find the grenades onto ear, and felt a little too much pressure to commit fully to cleaning. GG make their way into a shack day, and Expendables Academy graduate takes a headshot from the back line, falls down, but he is saved by the shack as long as one of his teammates can get into him. Oh, 567 is going to get there. Give him enough cover. He's gone down.
Yeah, it's just going pretty rowdy all across the bridge as Marcus tries to make his way past. Forced to actually utilize all these smokes just to hold on for the meantime. Well, NKT, this has got them pretty much by the quarters, and perfect taps coming from Marcus to be able to actually take that one down. Lambao secures it very, very swiftly.
And there it is. NKT were being the bullies on the high ground up towards the east. Their position shifted away from the zone, and now Cerberus and Windy strike back, getting themselves the knock and securing the point as well.
Marcus eventually have to make a move right across the bridge as well, and he's just got to brute force his way just to see if he can get a couple more points. Either goes down. Well, HAPPIE just claims that one for free, where they match also spot Cerberus members diving right into the water. So NKT is in absolute control over here on the north.
But Salolzi still has a high ground angle that he can use to try and catch them out as they try to go swimming, try to go fishing. Bodhi does find Lambao with no gun. Doesn't manage to secure the point, though. It's stolen away by Algen bots, but Hatsawat goes down on his opposite. Salolzi peeks around the side. He's stepped up as a fragger for Cerberus so far in the period of no Himas, no Tycon. Salolzi used to be a beast, and he's finding that form again, but unfortunately not enough to get into the top 8, but he does manage to secure the kill points. They're all important for Cerberus. Honestly, they weren't getting out from that spot anyway. Shift. HAPPIE squad would have had the lineup. Still, those points all important, but now HAPPIE squad with the high ground. TTS no pressed as well. These are the two teams that look the most likely. The two teams that almost ran into an entanglement in the early phase of balls, but now looking like the prime candidates to take the W.
Absolutely. They could just basically spot everybody with a 360 view, and at the current moment, HAPPIE squad is just happy to stay put. I mean, they don't really have to actually make pretty much hard shifts or anything like that. While for the rest of TTS members, they would still have to step out in the open, which might be a cause for concern, especially with those players coming from the school region that might be able to get a little bit more of the view. So cutting across, I guess some of these guys might be forced to go on foot as well, unless, of course, they can convoy their way throughout the open streets. So Roy Esports, they got to make a very big decision on what to do next, because they're just stuck by the corner of the walls of school at the moment.
They should have some vehicles available and a little bit of low ground that they can put to use, as X-Men are still not up on top of the radio tower hill. eArena have already sent it into his compound. They're not very happy about it, but not able to flush them out just yet. Lyric's lurking in the corner as AR can't quite find the angle, spot him out in that side, and the read reach as well for X-Men. Straight into the trap they go. A combination of teams. Lyrics gets one, but he does go down to a nade, and they're still taking shots.
Wow, just cluster of players just seeking out for any safe refuge, but there's no way of safe to hide. Oliver goes down, big knees drop right in, and Lucky J goes in shredding. And he managed to also survive the detonation, almost locked towards the corners of the washroom, but it's going to be A-OK for now. While Flash managing to also catch one member out inside of the HAPPIE squad. It's just absolute mayhem that we're witnessing here. Well, Savage Man just holding on. Oliver could still be safe at this moment, so perhaps Savage Man could still have a deeper run in this course.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of the story of HAPPIE squad. They're big fraggers, but their placements not so much. A little bit inconsistent. You may be seeing why exactly there. Aya just sprints in by himself. Does manage to take one down, but gets caught out by Lucky J and cleaned up. And now Daytrade making their push in from the low ground of Rozhawk, clean up another. So HAPPIE squad's whole high ground compound. 3 teams now within their area of presence. And now they're down to just a 2. TTS starting to flex out as down on the south of Roy Buriram trying to make the movement out through the fields on foot in the open. Smoke's not enough cover. Roy control everything south of the road now.
And they're also about to advance right up in the open. And it does actually favor Roy Esports this time around. Well, the teams over in North definitely will be fighting for that space. Speaking of space, of course, Lucky J as well as the rest of X-Men is just happy to share it alongside with Daytrade. While Happy Squad has already been depleted throughout all that scuffle. Speaking of which, Tenable got caught out as that blue zone grenade just clips over onto multiple members of Daytrade, and MG is the next one bowing out.
That was a double blue zone grenade, one apiece getting the knocks. There's no surviving that. Tigger does go down. Flash tries to sneak his way in, just maybe get a hand on the res, but he doesn't quite get there in time. He does just take a prone position outside, so Xavage men still picking up points, still fighting through despite what was a pretty unsuccessful breach at the start of this trip, though, getting themselves a knock onto Belmoth, who was lurking around on the outside of the compound, trying to find maybe some sort of angle to either disengage this and head south, but Roy says no. Flash gets into the bathroom. Savage men still have the utility to flush him out.
Yeah, Savage men just really have to wait for the right timing for him to actually pop out, and it's definitely a very tough predicament right now. And here comes a member of Happy Squad. Oh, what a nade coming in from 10 Trip. He just quickly secures it. Savage men definitely have to thank him for that.
They managed to clean him up, but they've got to deal with the solo that's left in that compound. This was a 4-man strong Happy Squad in this area, but they got breached by 3 different teams, and TTS is still lurking, still watching. Whoever makes it out of this position is going to walk straight into the waiting arms of either Roy or the Tin Soldier, and 10 Trip does take a big chunk of damage as well. He won't get any further. Edvy King takes him out from across the road. Now, X-Men next to try and make their move. Lucky J with a big headshot, though, might have just opened a door for them.
Yeah, this is definitely a perfect chance for the rest of TTS to also reposition, but of course, Roy Esports, he got so much ground coverage at this very moment, despite, of course, having some traits with the rest of X-Men, who needs to fight for that space over on the northwestern region of the map, and there's barely enough cover once they actually step out. So Oliver, he's just got to do his best to survive.
I don't think his best is going to be enough, unfortunately. 1 versus 4 versus 4. 3% win rate chance given to him. I think that might be generous, as we have a 4-man TTS on East and a 4-man Roy Esports, who once again get control of the zone as it shifts a little more centrally, but still favoring the south side of the road, given the bend where Teddy has managed to cross unnoticed and get himself an anchoring position. If he has grenades, when TTS start to creep their way into this zone, he could do a lot of damage, but Oliver is going to make it a little bit awkward first and draw the attention.
Yeah, when it comes down to the later stages of the game, if it calls for trees for a long time, I do believe that TTS have plenty of resources to go by. We take a look at all these smokes as well as frags that they do have in their arsenal. So we'll definitely have to see if Roy will be able to at least get the aims direct. Oliver now spotted out, so that's no good news for Savage Men. But of course, 3%, you could only wish that you still have a couple more members to work with. But Oliver eventually will be taken out by QiWA. So it's going to be a direct 4v4 for our first chicken dinner of the day.
Teddy was thinking about running over and dropping that Molotov, but opts to keep it, and maybe that's to his own benefit. It was almost to his own detriment there. Almost got exploded by the grenade, set himself on fire, denies him from getting the revive, but he doesn't need Molotovs. He goes in, another headshot with the AUG. Teddy's doing it all himself.
And he just got knocked the moment he actually leave for a little bit more to cover. Nalty absolutely on point. QiWA goes down as well. Suddenly, the tides have turned back to a 2 versus 2. That blue somehow managing to actually see past some of all these smoke screens, while Depra also holding on to the angle. They definitely do know that a couple of these members are around the corner. He spots both of them. So this is definitely going to be a tough one while they manage to get that revive through. So Roy, they're absolutely on this deficit, but we'll see what it is. They can still pull something out in return, as they're already having members looking around the corner.
They've had to give up one of their anchoring players to get a man over the road get a revive on towards QiWA and get their close range fraggers back in the fight, but TTS has all the utility. Roy had the thing. Deprod is stuck on the other side of that tree. He needs to fight for his life, and he doesn't have much time left as the blue zone is already pushing through. Phase 9 won't get much of an opportunity. He will go down to the blue zone instead, and now it's 4 versus 2. Running in the middle of the road, but Neil T still hits the headshot, and that is enough. 4 versus 1, not winnable for the Tin Soldier. Well, not losable for the Tin Soldier in the end. It looked pretty unwinnable when Teddy got the first 2 opening knocks, but in the end, experience comes out ahead.
Yeah, it definitely is a very dicey situation for the both squads, but look at how they've been able to hunker down over onto that small little crease that they had for a little bit of cover, and the way that they managed to also trade back while push comes to shove. We saw Teddy was about to just crush them to pieces if they did not actually stop him on track, so that definitely was a huge clutch factor coming into these final couple of moments. So, of course, kudos to TTS as they bring home one perfect chicken dinner for the PVS region.
And Neil T and Dat Blue, players with tons of experience under their belts, starting off in 2018 at PGIS 2021 as well. Appearances for Neil T, and Dat Blue starting his career 2019 and still fragging out with the best of them. Had full control on the Eastern Roshok compound, came under no real pressure at any point during the game, and just held their time, bided their nerves effectively, played that well. And even when it looked like Teddy was going to win the game for Roy Esports, they got the knocks that turned the tide, and the utility in the blue zone in the end was too much.
And overall, we're also getting so much of the action going on throughout the phase 3 as well as 4, where there's barely any spots left available. We saw how FW Esports were going for the emergency pickup as well, just to eventually find just the corner of the map to actually play with. But this was one of the major highlights that we've got where with the battle for the water tanks, where eArena has been able to hold right through, but of course still did not make it through the top 5 cut.
No, they were really scrapping the best they could. I don't even know if having more players helped them when they tried to play into the compound, getting a little bit sandwiched between Happy Squad, X-Men, and eventually Daytrade 2. Roy East flexing their hold on the south as soon as that presence on the hilltop was gone. X-Men made the choice to play into which got them plenty of points, so certainly not the wrong decision, but Roy Esports was happy to see it regardless. Gave them the opportunity to really maintain hold on that southern side of the road, which they desperately needed, but still was not enough. With those wide range spreads, it was just those 2 big knocks onto Teddy, QiWA, really forcing Edvi get hit over the road close, and ability really turned things in favor of the Tin Soldier in the end of game number 1. Big win for the team out of the Vietnam Open qualifiers. And it's a big step towards grand finals for them.
Yeah, just loving the pace of our very first game right now, as it definitely does set the tone for the entire course of what Day 1 has to offer, and it's just going to get a whole lot more explosive. At first, I thought that Roy Esports definitely have significant coverage across the field, which gives them an edge over on the side of the map, but just looking at how well they've been able to just navigate through that fight, the Tin Soldiers definitely have been able to pull that out of the rug.
Yeah, it was a little man proning in the middle of a road, shuffling slowly over, going for AUG sprays. It seems like a fight that he's likely to win, but he does pull it out, and they had the number advantage by that time. But really, they have a lot to say, a lot to thank for all of the teams that were scrapping in the compound on the eastern side of Roshok, the high ground, where Daytrade pulled up, where eArena pulled up, where Happy Squad were losing players. A whole lot of chaos going on in that region of the map really took a lot of pressure off what could have potentially been problems for TTS. If Happy Squad was still 4 alive, if they had all their utility in that late game scenario, maybe they take a fight between themselves and Roy Esports in the end. But thankfully, that being some of the audible hard cover in the zone meant that other teams just didn't really have a choice but to go and fight for it. And all in all, some of those teams won't be too upset with that. X-Man picked up, 6 kills out from that game from what looked like a pretty unwinnable position. Not bad.
Yeah, they'll definitely take it any given day. And of course, when we take a look at all the other squads as well, there's just about a healthy amount of exchanges that they manage to get in the form of points. So later when we do see the leaderboards, it should be still a really tight race between all these teams out there. But of course, it's just game one. There's still many more games to actually go. We'll see whether if they can keep up with their momentum though. But Tin Squad, I'm definitely eager to see if they can still carry forward with this tenacity in all these 4v4s, because that definitely was a scenario, like you said, a lot of pressure was relieved out of them. What if they were the ones to be put under pressure? Will they crack? We'll definitely have to find out later on. But for now, of course, Roy Esports, I guess where the circle does favor them a whole lot more. Do you think that perhaps if they were a little bit more patient on that push, would they actually get more benefits out of it?
Perhaps Teddy in particular. He got a little bit after he got those first two opening knocks, tried to overpeak a little into the smokes and got caught. If he waited for a little bit of assistance to come up, maybe get a 3 versus 2, try and prevent the knocks, it might have worked out. But look, Teddy's the star player from Indonesia, the guy from that region, even now that he's stepped away from ex-FTF or Bleed Esports. Now he stepped down from that roster, his own thing, brought in some long-term X in the form of Hexagon as coach for Roy Esports. He had a couple of performances back in sort of early Continental Series as well. Put themselves together another pretty solid squad. They've definitely shown that they can frag, but again, it's those minor details, right? That if he just holds his nerve, if he waits for it to come through, maybe they get 4 or 5 extra points out of that game. But unfortunately, second place, not terrible.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. As we take a look at all the points being scored, it's a hefty amount that's been backed by the TTS that has been able to actually take home the chicken dinner for the first match of the day. But following closely definitely has to be Roy Esports. But take a look at the number of frags that X-Men have gotten for themselves. They are also matching the tempo of Roy Esports. They're just 1 point shy in doing so. As we take a look at the rest of the pack, it's relatively healthy.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Again, this is an APAC lobby. Every team has a kill except Buriram United, which is pretty given that when they had their best week in the Thailand, it was 104 kills and something like 30 placement points. They were massively fragging, so hopefully they can turn that around, get some of that big form back in their favor. But no surprises whatsoever to see the teams that had the positions in the zone picking kill points towards the later stages of the game. No one dominating massively. However, TTS, a big win on Erangel, game 1 of the day, is good because in the Vietnam series, in the grand finals, Miramar was definitely a source for them. They picked up only 20 points across all 8 Miramar maps. So to come out on map number 1 on Erangel with 19 points under their belt, huge step for them.
Yeah, and I really do hope that they can actually get a whole lot more coming into this APAC qualifiers, as they only got maybe just a couple of weeks to make those firm adjustments onto what were the weaknesses that they were having back in their home region. But maybe with their wealth of experience facing off against the rest of the regions, they might feel perhaps slightly more comfortable that, oh, a lot of all these other Vietnamese squads are already out, so I guess we can get a little bit more accustomed to the rest of the lobby. So we'll definitely have to see about that, because for some of these guys, like you mentioned, Buriram United, perhaps this is just a little bit of warm up to get things going for them. But we saw that they were actually on gliders, they were navigating their way around. It didn't seem like they have any answers at all to actually get into a spot safe, caught out in midst of rotation. I guess it's just the typical stuff that happens around phase 3 and 4.
Yeah, especially they're playing in the apartments, and if the zone was a little bit further east, maybe it's them who has the better positioning and Roy Esports gets caught. It's just, again, those very minor margins. They got themselves into the placement points so they don't leave entirely empty-handed, but just 1 point, not really the best of margins to come in. But again, this is not your typical age. This is 3 days of the same 16 teams playing, which means there's 17 more for Buriram and the rest to pick up the points. It's just a bit of a head start now for Roy Esports, for TTS, for Xavage Men, those who did have a same number 1. The flight pathway north on this zone. If we get anything a little bit more to the south, some of those maybe south coast, even military island drop spots open up, we expect some of these teams to be contested drop spots, in particular Xavage men looking towards Ferry Pier, where eArena and TDT did in their respective regionals. Does that mean that they're going to scrap for? They were fighting against Love Esports for Dan Ching in the PMS, so they've shown, yeah, hey, we're happy to fight for our drop spots. They've also got themselves a bit of an advantage now in terms of picking up some points in game number 1. Maybe they will go for it. Flight will determine a lot for game 2.
I definitely want to actually see that happen, and whoever comes up on top is definitely going to be having a huge statement for who's going to be able to hold on to this region for the rest of the play-in stages and maybe even the finals if that's going to be the case. So we'll see if they're going to continuously scrap as well if that is to be the case. Well, of course, there's definitely a lot of things that pulls into the factor. Of course, that first map was rather difficult to navigate. If it's going to be somewhat of a neutral state where if it's going to be a GATCO region or so, then I guess that's where everyone will be feeling a little bit more comfortable. I say comfortable, but it's always going to be hard playing around open spaces like that or even military base. So we'll definitely have to see what kind of adversities these guys will face later on.
Yeah, I think sometimes I feel as though we can empathize a little with the struggles of the players. I mean, think of it from our perspective. We have a team that has a player called 5657 and a different team that has a player called 6789. If those two fight, we're in trouble. Like, we're getting 0 points for that engagement. So I think we can empathize a little bit with teams like Buriram, who it looked as though they were gonna get some zone favor. Again, when the zone shifted down south from the river, they had the glider, they were scouting forwards, they got into a solid position. The apartments is a very good place to try and defend from, but leaving from that spot, especially if you don't have the vehicles, if your tires are getting popped, yeah, you're in trouble. You're gonna need about 100 smoke grenades, and even then, the best you can maybe get to is a shack, and that shack was already occupied. So really no options for them in game number 1 stages of the game. But again, if you do get that sort of Gatka style ending, their drop spot of Chopsticks that they were going in the Thailand series just south of was uncontested and will be uncontested in this series as well, according to where everyone else dropped. Could be some minor adjustments that could cause some problems. That always is when we merge regions together into the same lobby. Let's see how that works out when we get into game number 2.
Yeah, can't wait. And of course, we're just getting the lobbies prepared and just about enough time for the teams to also make certain adjustments heading into the second game. So, of course, we won't have to wait far too long as we got the timers on the screen already up. So, really hoping to actually see maybe a little bit of a shift of zone on how it actually ends. But looking at the current state, I'm definitely happy that we're still having the classic APAC brawls coming in very, very early on. So we just expect a lot more of these fast-paced fights to happen.
I certainly expect that will be true, especially if we do get that zone down south, a military island zone with 3 teams looking to fight for Ferry Pier, Milter as well, a little bit of a potential area where we might see some shenanigans in the early phases of the game. Definitely would be one that ignites a whole lot of chaos. But honestly, I expected to see more chaos in game number 1. A lot of teams were going to drop spots. Some of them were very close together. Everyone played this pretty calm, pretty collected until we got into sort of phase 2, 3, where zone started shifting. People were getting bridges. TDT fell victim to it, but actually managed to get a few solid points on the board. We didn't really catch it on the observing feed, but we saw in the kill feed on basically massacred Zen Esports by himself somewhere on the map. So they definitely have potential as soon as we get to see that put into action. Another contender spots for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty surprising because we saw how many of them floating around the city and having a couple of these early players picked up, and yet they still stood pretty tall. So we're definitely going to keep our eyes onto TDT once again as one of the front runners coming into their respective regions. So 10 seconds to go as we'll check out where this flight will actually take the players through. So without further ado, let's hit right in for match 2.
Phase 1, day 1, game number 2. The plane is in the air. The music is banging in our eardrums, and the players are raring to go for number 2 to stack up as many points as possible to get them to the finals for those all-important PGS and the PGC points, and as well as the prize money associated with it. We do get to see a bit more of a flight path that favors the south side. Maybe not your beloved Gatka. I'm sorry, it's a little bit far away. We're probably not going to see that in play too much this game. Maybe a team might stretch towards it, but not so much more, I believe. TDT already making a drop out towards Zaki. They seem not very interested in taking team fights. Makes sense. It's the sensible team at PGS 5-6, taking the higher percentage play, favoring survival over aggression, and we do like to see that from a team with a young IGL like QiWA.
Ooh, we're already getting a little bit of a float coming into the corners of Ruins. I believe that player out there, which I definitely have to spot later on. It's going to be rotate. Let's see that the entire X-Men roster is going to be around that corner, so he definitely wants to just pick the vehicle and just get as far away as he could. But the circle is shifting towards the south or the eastern corner of the map, so definitely they'll have to quickly loot up and be ready to actually make those early rotations later on.
I do have good news for you, Contra. R8 is your Gatka team. They managed to get the vehicle. They're on their way. Gatka's in play, boys. Woo! All right. They'll be here for probably about 48 seconds, if I was to guess. And then they're back in the car heading east, because that is a long way to rotate. They're one of the furthest away from this zone, as we have centered up somewhere around Shelter, the Hall of Fame kind of area. A lot of wide open areas, but also a lot of priority positions. If you can get control of the what we call the Sky Garden in Korea, Heaven out here in Europe, just to the west of Mansion, that high ground position could look a lot like the eastern side of Rostock in the previous game, with 6 or 7 teams testing for just 1 or 2 buildings, because there's not much else to play, especially when there's players in that compound taking shots at you from all angles.
Yeah, it definitely is an area where teams will be very, very technical on how they actually execute some of their strategies into whether if they were to play out in the form of terrains, or if they did manage to actually secure maybe a couple of compounds that you mentioned prior. So the alternative is that they will just take Isnaya as a pit stop, just hold out for a little bit in the early game. And of course, if the circle does favor them, that's great. Else, like, you'll just see like a lot of all these teams really setting up traps all across that region, which I like to call it the Medusa intersection, with all these kind of streets coming across. So yeah, definitely a very, very interesting way to actually navigate. But for Roy Esports, who came really close to securing their chicken dinner, they once again will be moving into school, which last game they didn't really have to rotate at all. They just basically hold out till the late game and managed to also score pretty huge in that round itself.
But the team's down towards the bottom end of this FW Esports. Again, a team that we sort of singled out in the earlier phases of the game. 6 Sacks was one of the top fraggers in the Thailand series finals, but the rest of the team weren't quite able to keep up with his performance. We Gaming in the open qualifiers for Vietnam, they were the only team to be able to keep up with Buffalo, our team Flash, who have already qualified to the grand finals because won the Vietnam series after winning the open qualifiers with 408 points in 24 games. Windy Gaming had 400, so not that far behind at all, but unfortunately their performance in the grand finals not quite up to the same level. They do have one big issue going into this, which is the fact that one of their top fraggers from the Vietnam series, a young man by the name of Bin Blue, born in 2008, is too young to participate in this series, which is highly unfortunate because he is such an exciting prospect. But to have a fragger like that at 17 years of age, later on in this year, man, if they come back for the next round, phase 2 qualifiers, yeah, he's going to be a little demon, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited for phase 2 already, but of course, we'll definitely have to see if they're going to get some really good points to score throughout the course of run here in the PGS APAC qualifiers, and who knows, might even get to see him playing his debut in PGSs, perhaps. That's definitely in the cards as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Definitely wouldn't put it past the Vietnamese to qualify with a young gunner and have a lot of success. It's happened a lot. A lot of the APAC teams, some Chinese teams as well, come in with those young up-and-coming mechanical fraggers, and you just have to ask yourself, where do they keep finding these? They're just insanely strong. Well, Andrew find himself 4 kids that are going to try and run him over in the vehicle. Thankfully, he doesn't rock, but he's playing with fire, risking it a little bit. He's so far isolated from the rest of his squad. Daytrade is going to hunt him down. They're not letting him get out of here for free. Tire popped, spinning. He's doomed.
Oh, but the cavalry is here, or should it be actually another squad that's actually around the corner? And Daytrade decides to fall back, and they kind of put the brakes on the pedal right now. So it's rather odd. I thought that they would actually commit to the act. Meanwhile, we have Khan already securing the first blood of the second map. So NKT is going for them.
They had him dead to rights. They had his tire popped. He was out of the vehicle, trying to get ready for a defensive maneuver, but maybe hearing the other vehicle pulling up alongside for support, or just not wanting to go blindly over a hill into a death trap. Daytrade take again the smarter option. It could also be the fact that Flash has almost no gas left in his vehicle, so he would have been stuck there had that. But Daytrade opt just to leave a very heavy squad, but Can, the IGL of NKT, the 4th place seed coming out of the Thailand series, very basic for them, over 100 points in all 3 of the circuits of the Thailand series. Yeah, he's not so merciful. He just takes one out in the very early stages of the game, and Happy Squad down to a 3-man.
Yeah, it's just a rough start for Happy Squad overall. Well, looking at the rest of these players who are making adjustments in the esports, now we'll have to actually hunker down inside of the bunkers of Shelter. I guess it's going to be a good checkpoint for the moment, but sharing alongside with them is MGG, just around the corners as well. So we do expect just light taps of a trade in between 567. Well, I already butchered the name. That's 5657. Yeah, numbers, man.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it could be worse because MG Gaming in Vietnam series had a player by the name of Mitdoc, whose name translates to poisonous jack. However, Vietnamese casters did not enjoy casting his. There's also a play on word, something a little bit ruder, which we won't go into too much detail on, but I'll tell you what, I'd rather say 567 or get that wrong a few times and have to say that on stream a bunch. So we'll take it. We'll take it for now. Zen will take the position on the opposite side of the shelter, 257, and he's just trying to hold down this area for MG Gaming for now, not get over aggressive, not looking to push too far forward while the support's not there.
Yeah, they just have to actually buy time here in the early phases. So won't be expecting too much of exchanges until the rest of the squads decide to also chop a spot right across these areas of Mansion Shelter. So for now, the Esports, they're happy where they're at. While I want to take a look at the rest of the squads as well. Like X-Men, still in the apartments. So far, we haven't seen X-Men as well as Roy Esports to be locking horns just yet, but seems to be that eventually we might actually see perhaps a little bit of contest between them as well as R8 Esports, who's currently over on to the hillside. There's going to be some warning shots coming in from the side of Lucky J to keep them at bay for the meantime. So Savage Man Esports, they definitely won't be giving up this spot absolutely for free. So still plenty of time to go. Phase 1 about to close in about 30 seconds from now, so we'll definitely have to see what does R8 Esports decide to do. Do they actually crash right into the apartments to actually going for the right challenge, which we've seen, you know, this former Valley Thai members who's done so back in the previous seasons of the APAC qualifiers. So we haven't really seen R8 to be all too active and back in the first match, so perhaps you're hoping to get themselves warmed up.
I think if this was any other team, I might say there's a potential, but R8 do very much heavily favor playing on the much more of a survival-focused team rather than going for frags. But if the zone favors it enough, they might consider trying to isolate one of the players, but that's not anywhere near enough on the apartments for them to go for it. So they're just going to continue their way up the potato hit a little bit back to the west. So all of those dips and roads and hills all still in play. Uncontested in the center for now, as NKT are split on either side of trying to make their way forwards under arrest, as 40k just sending it straight down the middle through a bit of a gauntlet between TTS and Roy Esports.
Oh, this place is about to get a whole lot crowded up. And whoa, what an initial shot coming in from the side of Deepra as he gets a double. While Udert comes in with the flank, and they will be able to at least stop the bleeding for now. But thankfully, no Tursting coming out of the lurker out there. So 4TK, they will be able to actually go in for the resuscitation, while the rest of Roy Esports have arrived.
No.
See Tanados joining in as well. This looks absolutely great for Belmoth and the rest of Daytrade to be able to just get those free points out of the bag.
Putting shots in all directions as Daytrade take knocks onto both Roy Esports and 4TK. We're trying to maybe get the flush on towards Giatin as well. Looked a little bit further outside of the compound. No smokes, no hard cover of the... Kunyit is stolen away. He goes down. Daytrade 1 point on the board for now. 40k not getting rebreached. No blue zones, no frag grenades, no Molotovs, so they will get the revives. But forced back up the volcano will be Roy Esports. Not too happy about losing 2 players on that engagement.
Yeah, interesting spot that the Daytrade is actually holding out for him. It's just a little bit of dip for cover. At least it does cover some of the tracks coming in from the south side, which will be a major problem if there were to be nades to be thrown right in. But of course, right now it's just going to be a little bit more of a long-range exchange coming in, where Roy Esports are still making some of the marks over onto the apartment areas to ensure that X-Men does not actually get that free push into the compound. Checking right through. Now, Daytrade, if they were to be forced out of this position, then I guess this will be a little bit troublesome for them to actually navigate their way out there in the fields. But for now, happy where they are. While the rest of 40k, they're just going to be turtling in. And since they've already lost a couple of members from that trade itself, well, it's actually only 1 member. So at the very least, they secure those 2 points to begin with.
Yeah. Daytrade's still not convinced that there isn't a Roy Esports solo lurking behind the back of the abandoned UAZ. Still keeping an eye on that. But Roy Esports, in the meantime, did scout out that J compound is complete and free and available. So they've expanded their what is now a 1-1, given that there are only 2 of them left standing, while Daytrade remain in that dip for now. Hopefully they can stay there for a little longer, where they're out of line of sight of most of the teams surrounding them, because making a move does put them either into the spraying range of 40k or a 4-man eArena, neither of which sounds particularly enticing. But we'll see whether the zone decides their fate for them in 10 seconds time, when the zone will shift up towards the northeast. Again, Algen bots and the rest of Happy Squad, 3-man after losing a player early on, have a bit of a wide spread, and they will have to head south as the zone has focused up once again just to the northwest of Shelter. NKT hold down the north side of the dip. The underground secret bunker has a bit of a staircase where can keep his head down. TTT is driving straight at them.
Actual witness of like the rest of these NKT members, at least they're underground.
Oh, John, no.
Oh, no. His tires pop and he goes down as well. While the rest of TTT looks for a spot to at least get some cover for the meantime. But right above them is going to be the tin squad that's going to be out there to eventually keep them at bay. So at least they're safe for now, only losing 1 in the process.
John, a big loss, but it could have been significantly worse had they fully committed into this send over the top into NKT. They might have also been considering the dip to the south, but they saw a little bit of a reposition from Cerberus taking that spot in between the 2 roads, and ultimately opted to turn back and take the dip just to the south of Liquid Compound. It's a bit wide open, particularly pressure from the west is potentially a threat for them, but with the vehicles there parked sufficiently to block that sort of angle, TDT might be able to survive a little bit longer, at least until anyone gets into grenade or perhaps mortar range of them. Definitely to be worried about for TDT.
Yep. Speaking of which, we haven't seen a single mortar to be launched back in game 1. I want to see a couple flying around later on, but we'll definitely have to see the rest of the pack, whether they've been able to actually stock some in between. But
you're gonna see a lot of them in the finals. Whenever T5 gets in the game, Russeted JR is the Tiggleton of APAC when it comes to mortars. He is scarily accurate with those things. The man does his research for sure.
Oh yeah, I still remember even in past seasons as well. He just lands those holy mortars overall, and I just have no clue. Like, does he have like some trackers on it or so? Of course, jokes aside, like I guess like when you spend thousands of hours in PUBG, you know how to get it right.
Yeah, I don't know. He just has impeccable measurement skills and just gets the distance right every time. Even when he's firing them up Everest, he just one-bangs people with them. It's crazy. And TDT are definitely glad that he's not in the lobby this time around. T-Doi, though, in the background, does manage to out Xavier, trying to creep his way forwards. X-Men now pushing in from the blue zone as opposed to holding out against it. And Upchen with a quick, cheeky peek over the top, lands a big headshot onto T-Doi. He has to duck down and get a heal off.
Quite the angle that he has managed to actually spot him true, and for now I guess it's just going to be a little bit of a standoff right through, while T-Doi still managed to get the catch over onto Oliver the Cates, and then still looking for a whole lot more, but T-Doi is out in the blue zone right now. Still slightly tankable, but he doesn't really want to stay for far too long. He's got to quickly reposition while this fight is imminent, where they're also getting pushed to the brink. Windy just gotta continue on till they actually reach for a couple of covers, but they're still keeping track on the rest of Xavage men, where they're just holding them down on the line. Oliver's already bowing out to the blue zone, while the rest of them are just trying their best to stay afloat.
Megvelos and the rest of R8 as well, sneaking their way forwards. They hear these shots, they see the opportunity to get involved, get some points on the board. T-Doi almost falls down to a grenade, but a headshot from Kanaxi will do the trick. The man who was once known as a supportive player for Buriram has definitely come into his own as a true fragger in his own right, and he's looking to put that to the test now as Latte finds another 6, 7, 8 down. Megvelos secures it with a K9.
Yeah, one of the biggest transfers in the time market, and definitely plays a whole lot of work into R8's current run so far, with those 2 points being back. Just gatekeeping all the other teams coming in from the southern region, while they finally decide to actually take a nosedive into the center of the map. We'll see where will they actually land, because we last saw NKT, MGG around this facility as well, so it's absolutely not going to be safe while they try to traverse across the fields.
Gotta find somewhere. There's not many options left. There's a little bit of a dip on the eastern side of this high ground. Zen Esports trying to put some eyes towards it, put some bullets in the same direction. They do manage to get a knock on towards QT as well. It's almost stolen away by Zigzags, but not quite. His position is well known. Nicel does manage to secure it. And the rest of FW Esports will claim the high ground for themselves. On the opposite side, though, Daytrade under a little bit of pressure. They have moved forwards ahead of 40k. And they're making their way out of Alamo under duress. Again, fire from eArena, pushing them forwards into smoke grenades, into range of Belmont's grenades. But TTE with a knock onto Tanadol might just be enough of an opening for 40 packed. Never mind, they're dead to the blue zone. Ground as well, getting knocks. That push fell apart very swiftly.
Yeah, valiant effort coming from 4TK, as they've only got 2 members left standing. So it's absolutely crowded up over in north where they were driving into. So it was pretty much the expected outcome for what's about to happen in that form of predicament. Meanwhile, the rest of Daytrade will have to actually find a little bit more of that leverage, but they're going to be forced to move into either a bull or towards the direction of the rest of eArena, slowly picking them off. It's going to be Teddy that does actually get a couple of points out of that process, while Jacob also going a couple of points at the same time. So Daytrade, they got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
It looks like eArena might be following swiftly behind them as well. They've come down from the hillside into an absolute blender. 100 bullets a second flying in their direction. Metal D landing a good portion of them as well. Knocks onto Norin's. Lyrics does manage to get the revive on Jacob, though. They do have a vehicle, but the tires are not looking all too healthy. But TTS's pressure onto eArena is really mounting. And the zone is pushing out. Their smokes are going to dissipate. Vehicles probably going to explode pretty soon. And it looks like Norins is going to try and get a hand onto Lyrix, but I'm not sure it'll be all too successful.
Yeah, once the smoke dissipates, it's definitely going to be tough for eArena to eventually get out of the gutter right there. Now already dropping in those fracks right into the smokes, and I think to clip Lyrix in the process. So they really have to just trade right back, but up against 4 members of TTS, this is not going to be a straightforward process. Norris is next one to falter, while Dapu looking for Jacob. He's going to be slightly off of his angle right now as he's over on the other side of the hill. I imagine to only see a glimpse of it, but of course, he won't be able to live for a couple moments longer. The Tin Soldiers have to take a little bit of cover as they manage to at least park the vehicle right in the middle of the street, and they could easily just get those angles up against Jacob if he eventually goes out of the top side of the spine, but it's going to be Teddy that takes the point away.
Bit of a demonstration in gameplay to maximize your points potential for the Tin Soldier. They know they're pretty cooked next zone. They're spending a lot of their grenades, which used to try and clear out NKT. Eddie, though, trying to clear out Zen Esports, but 3 of them are peak. He's all by himself. He didn't throw any of his, and the peak's just not quite enough. Gets good damage onto Nicel, but there's just too many men trying to run him over. But Master, though, from up above, has managed to get himself an angle. And Zen Esports gonna lose 2D as well. Master down low as they try and commit to the push over the top.
Oh, wow. What a spread coming out of Buriram United to be able to just seek out some of all these pickoffs out there. But Zen Esports, they got just about enough cover through the shelter grounds as they've been here since the get-go. But they're just slightly off of the circumference, the edge of the circle. So eventually they will have to settle those scores with Buriram United nevertheless. So Master, he's already holding on to the angles. We'll see where if Zen will actually find a response as they're looking ready to actually take on Master.
It's a big grenade as well. Prevents both the revive and get, but Master with that folded shield trying to hold the line for Buriram, but it's another early exit for them. Nothing more they can do as Zen emerge from the underground and wipe their way through Buriram. Eddie fell first, and the rest of this didn't last too much longer. Neither, it seems, will Zen, as they're just getting farmed from Hatsawat opposite circle in a dip on the low ground, but it's still enough to get angles. Zitua as well will find Nicel with a headshot. The man who used to be on Cerberus Academy under the name of Virtues left at the same time as Huanglong, Long X, who has just Vietnam series with Buffalo Esports or Team Flash. So definitely a lot of presence coming from us out of Vietnam, and Zitua alongside Ninja 2K of previously the Expendables Academy, putting up some numbers in game number 2.
So many young prodigies coming from the PVS region, and I really do wonder
how they keep spawning them in.
I have no clue at all, but what I do know is that they definitely have a super healthy circuit running over onto their region. Well, hopefully one of them will eventually take home the MVP title and maybe walk away with $1,000 richer, or better yet, just get the whole squad up there. Well, we do see exchange. R8 Esports with the Car 98K receiving just about a tag from the side of Megalos. He definitely wants to be a little bit more wary of his position, but over onto the corners of where he's trying to actually cut towards. That ball is being occupied by Cerberus Esports. So R8, they really don't have a choice. They gotta find something to scrap for at this moment.
It's really unfortunate, really annoying for R8 because they have the utility to clear that trench out Esports. They've got 100 grenades between a few of them, 4 players. But with TTS's presence up on that high ground on the far side, they just can't get into position to throw them all. NKT out from their low ground, making a push east in towards the HAPPIE squad. And it is a bloodbath over on the eastern side of zone. MG Gaming just sitting back and watching as the chaos unfolds ahead of them. HAPPIE to grab a couple of revives, but R8, they've repurposed their grenades. They're actually putting them towards FW, slightly close. That fine good effect.
Yeah, we saw the feed just running well, and all of a sudden we're only down with 6 teams left available. HAPPIE squad just trying to make past the blue zone. They should be able to actually squeeze right through, but can they actually breach the compound where MG is currently holding out from? probably not for too long. Ninja 2K kind of lost track of where they are, but they managed to also spot the rest of Cerberus, and now we're only down to the top 4 as eNut managed to secure EA in the process. So right now, the one's healthy and alive right now is Cerberus as well as MGG to fight off for the title.
EA, more like us. But I don't know why they pay us. Cerberus still holding on to their trench as much as they possibly can, narrowly avoiding coming under a complete bombardment from R8 Esports up on the high ground. Those grenades put to some use towards FW. They did get some knocks, but TTS had 2 over the top of that problem for R8. That's why they needed that bolt to land a headshot just to clear themselves an opportunity to push forwards. Never occurred, and now Cerberus have the smoke grenades to cut off MD's angles and make a push onto FW themselves.
Yeah, good attempt with the blue zone grenade as well, just to try to open up some angles, but the don't seem to be quite in the great spot as well, because the pressure from MG Gaming is just surmounting upon them. But there's still a little bit of a dip that they could actually cover as they are trying to traverse across the western end of the fields and perhaps get a little bit of the high ground if they were to move further up towards the north side and match at least get themselves a little bit of a shack. Well, but now have been able to spot out that rotation and will continue to pepper them with a couple of attacks with the Dragunov. But FW Esports, what's the call here? I mean, they're down in numbers. They really got to find something else. And I guess they would just be eager to hopefully be a thorn in the flesh upon the side of Cerberus Esports for the moment, because in a minute's time, they just got to make a choice and they'll be absolutely exposed to the gunfires of MG Gaming.
Yeah, MG Gaming have 15 smokes to work with, and that is by far and away the most in the lobby. Cerberus have 3 left when they tried to put a bunch of them up and tried to clear out FW, but couldn't quite find the angles to do it. And now 5657 has pushed his way over onto the low ground below FW, so eventually to be well within range of him just to peek up over the top and spray them down, unless catch him out first. Maybe he's just patient enough to wait for FW to have no other choice but to come down from their high ground with no vehicles. They use only smoke grenade now to buy a little bit of time, an opening knock, give them some sort of hope that they can find a way into this zone, but it's not looking good. A triple peek from the com. They do know about the man lurking below.
Yeah, they're just going to be hanging in there very, very tightly. Well, Dakmai also found a perfect spot, but it's going to be Lambao that gets a headshot over onto Tong K. More problems lie ahead for the rest of FW. Meanwhile, MG, they're absolutely chilling. I mean, they've had the compound for the longest of time. They also send 5657 over onto the south side to slowly clear things up. So this is just that perfect spot for Zito to farm up all these numbers. And you can absolutely say FW Day's pretty much numbered right there.
Zito with his entrance application for the 1K club needs one more knock to get it, really. With that Dragunov, shouldn't be too far away from impossible. 5657, he's creeping his way up. He's put some smokes down. He sees the head. I connect with the shot, though. 5657 thinking about a peek up over, but it's it. With Cerberus still keeping an eye on this skyline. They're still pushing for cleaning up FW.
I'm just surprised that they managed to buy so much time. And FW is still sticking around for the moment, but the moment that phase line pops, I guess like they're going to be a goner. Meanwhile, Cerberus happy to actually wait it out for the moment. It's just about who actually gets points. Is it going to be Cerberus or MG? But look at the angles. Lambao has already gotten a couple of knocks early on, so I think that from that position, Cerberus very likely to actually take those points away.
Well, FW's they've run out of smokes, they've run out of space, they've just got to send it now, and it's not going to work. So Lolzy knock as Lambao got the first raise. He's just going to wait for the blue zone to take him out, but his jammer pack leaves him alive along eNut to land the headshot. One bullet to the dome. The Dragunov does the rest of the work. 9 smoke grenades for MG plus the smoke launchers, but Cerberus, they've done a little bit of looting. They've got 7 frag grenades, daring MGG to step into right and field them in.
Yeah, you can see them spread out right now just to slowly choke that space away from the rest of Cerberus Esports. So they're absolutely exposed, all relying on those vehicles for cover at this moment. It's all about that first contact right now to open up the floodgates for the side of MG, while Ninja 2K goes in for the shred. Still hoping to find something in return, but Cerberus here just playing so defensively and so proficiently at the same time.
And hold on, MG's running extremely low on ammo. 26 in the org for Ninja 2K. He's gone. He's had a grenade landed on his toes and blown up in front of him. He not only had 6 bullets left in his Dragunov. They need to make these shots count while they can, but Hisaki sneaking around the side gets big chunks of damage in. He's going to try and follow up with a spray. Maybe spots the toes out underneath the vehicle. Enoch needs to get these shots. Imkudio running low on ammo somewhat himself as well, but it doesn't matter. The vehicle explodes and Zituba is ran over. No way. He can't do anything about that. Imkudio as well with the last shots. And Cerberus finding those grenades on the body. Force MGG into uncomfortable positions, and a quick little flank around the side from Hisaki, the IGL, the fearless leader, and it's job done for Cerberus.
Absolutely impeccable performance coming in from Vietnam's finest. Cerberus Esports are back at it again here with another win for the PVS region here in match 2. So this is just the first out of many, I do believe, for the side of Cerberus Esports to be one of the top dogs of the lobby, and for very good reason, despite the rest of these other players that they were facing off having even more of the region control, where they're having throughout the process. You saw that spread that they've carefully maneuvered around, and that trade, that grenade, just opened things up wide to take on the rest of MG Gaming. So beautifully done. We'll definitely want to take a look at how things have transpired for the rest of the pack as well through the highlights.
Again, for Cerberus, they were under potential pressure from R8 coming in late. They had so many grenades. Turn there towards FW under a little too much pressure from the Tin Soldier on the far northern side. If they had some smokes that could have cut that line of sight, maybe Cerberus, those grenades are aimed towards them and might be losing presence in that compound little dip that they had, but was not to be the case. R8 turned their attention towards FW, and Cerberus reaped the rewards. Lack of pressure, eventually cleaning up FW and MGG to secure a win. R8 fought their way in from the edge of the zone, and they did all that they possibly could, but that high ground a little bit too open on the western side of the Hall of Fame. Not enough space for all these teams to play, and those that had it held on to aggression.
Yeah, so many of all these teams were just having such a tough time to even try to actually find a spot to just hold on to, where most of these dips that we saw was part occupied by names like Cerberus and many more around these vicinity. MG, they were there the earliest where they've been able to at least hold off inside the compound until they were eventually forced out. While definitely a lot of exciting action, while FW, their journey is definitely come through on how they've been able to hold on for so long, squeezing into the top 3.
Honestly, credit to them for finding a way to even get into this zone, cleaning up the last remaining scrap ET, and then a whole lot of teams putting pressure on them, trying to peek up over the ridge and clear them out, but just constantly getting the revives, the folded shields, the smokes, everything that they possibly could use, constantly keeping themselves alive until they absolutely ran out of time and space, had no other options. But MGG were farming damage that game from the safety of their compound. They had so much damage, but not really getting the kills to show for it, unfortunately. And then at the end, the team fight goes the favor of Cerberus. The inevitable force from the Vietnam series comes up with a big win in game number 2.
Yeah, it was really a tight battle, though, of course, for MG Gaming to be able to get so much leverage in that late game scenario, where, of course, with all that they've been able to farm, I believe that the results they should be able to eventually match up with the rest of the pack as well. So great healthy numbers out there. Cerberus back on track as well. So when we're looking into the first 2 games of Wrangle, still pretty much dominated by the PVS region, but we're definitely going to be looking at a change of pace as we will dive into Rondo as well as Tego later on.
Yeah, we'll have a look at how some of those wildcard maps go. Some of the teams really enjoy them, not quite so much. Cerberus themselves have been a little bit feast or famine in the Vietnam series. They either have really performances and get tons of points, or practically none. And Rondo is a big kind of contributor to that as well. Their Rondo performances in the Vietnam Series finals, they got 18 points and then they got 3 points and then they got 16 points and then a single point. So it's very back and forth on either side of the coin, and it looks as though that might just be the status quo for Cerberus. It's just how things are. As game one, not the most enticing of performances. They did hold on under the bridge as long as they could, got 4 or 5 points, and then game number 2, they come out again, a similar position. It's not a sexy position, it's not priority, but they do manage to hold on to their dip, survive as long as they can, and win the important fights when it matters. And crucially, that's what gets you the extra points at the end of the game.
Yeah, of course, they've been known for so many seasons to be a ferocious team that has been able to actually play very aggressively. But when push comes to shove, when they were defending for their lives, so you could definitely see how technical their skills are on how they've been able to navigate their way around that final couple of moments to eventually overcome the rest of MG, who eventually spreads out. And would you also say that perhaps MG, when they were spreading out, were they spread out a little too wide? They didn't seem, it seemed like they were all going for individual pickoffs where they weren't exactly all too cohesive to actually make a certain call on to where exactly they should focus on.
I don't think spreading out was too bad of a decision, especially had the amount of aids that Cerberus had. It definitely seems like, plus they have the 15 smoke grenades as well, so they can kind of cover themselves, their own angles. The problem is they were just running out of resources themselves. Like grenades, they didn't really have any lethal to trim down from behind the ridge, running severely low on those that really didn't have that much left to spray from the long range. They had to try and get up close. That put them into grenade range. If they'd known that there was a whole bunch of grenades waiting for them, they might have tried to play a little more patiently, take the longer range shots. But either way, they come out slightly looking the worse for wear. And Cerberus with 7 kills, 17 points in game number 2, a big win for them. MTG not too far behind though with 15.
Yeah, big recovery round for the victors of the map. And for MG, we saw how they've been able to just really get so much out of that scenario, while the rest of the pack, they've also been able to actually stack a whole lot of elimination points. As we see, R8, they were just sweeping by the corners over the southern region, and they've got 8 total frags out of that equation. So as we take a look at the total leaderboards right now, it's still being held by some of the members of TTS, I do believe, which they've been able to back a whole lot of from the prior round. So following closely is Cerberus, who just got the win. So we expect a whole lot of shift in the middle pack where everyone's still in close proximity. So we'll see who will be the big victors of these upcoming 2 rounds.
It's pretty close in the mid pack. 4th place is Roy Esports on 15. Down in 10th place, eArena on 10. One average game could decide a lot so far, but that's the early ages of play-ins for you. We've still got a whole bunch of games left to date the rest of the leaderboard. Buriram United, a 0 game in game number 2, point game in game number 1. Their angle so far has not been primance. They're definitely capable of fragging much stronger than that. We just need to see it come through a little bit, and maybe a change of scenery might just be what's needed.
Yeah, definitely not the result that the fans have been expecting as well. And looking at the change of scenario, it definitely gives them maybe a little bit more safety net on how they could basically figure out a better way to perhaps make closer checkpoints to be able to actually reach their designated areas. But look at how things will be played out for Buriram United. I think that they will feel most comfortable around Miramar. So I'm still keen to actually have them to be able to recover by the end of the day. So all hope is not lost just yet, since it's just going to be our first day of action. So hopefully they'll be able to at least close up some of these gaps where when we're looking at 20 over points to be able to catch up to number 1, the top process definitely seems pretty scary, but we've seen before that Buriram can actually come up with those crazy rounds with 15 frags or so to be able to recover.
Yeah, TDT as well, again, a team that we looked at and said, this team, they do have a pretty solid history on that roster. John and Sapao go way way back to the early days of PUBG Esports. Solid performances at the end of last year as well on the international stage. This time around, though, they are one of 3 teams than Danqing as we're heading into our Rondo game. X-Men, who were dropping against Love Esports in the PMS, have shown they're willing to fight for it. Daytrade Gaming in some of the preseason tournaments, the Douyu DZ Cups that were happening, and some of the roster changes against Chinese teams were coming through. They were hot dropping that up against teams like Petrichor Road. They really want to hold on to Danqing. TDT, they've shown not so much willing to fight for their drop spots. They're happy to go up towards Zaki, even if it means some of their zone control and some of their rotations are a little more uncomfortable. So maybe they look to try and switch things up, get a little bit more aggressive, try and play a little bit more of a risk-reward kind of style, but up against potentially 2 teams on a drop with the split planes as well, which could be a factor coming into Rondo. Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision for a young IGL to make.
Yeah, we'll see what will be the verdict out of that one, since, you know, it's still a pretty huge map where they could just go for outlet locations. Welcome back.
I'm looking good. I'm HD. Sheesh.
Yeah, finally.
Woo. All right.
Yeah, looking pretty fresh there. And of course, now with the change of pace as well, we're hoping to see some of the teams that might be lagging behind for the past couple of rounds of Wrangle to be able to search their way back up again. Or other than Danqing that you've mentioned, I guess that some of these spots like Test Track as well as Jiaotin are usually contested, but when it comes down to how teams have probably gotten a couple of scrims in, I'm guessing that maybe we're just going to see 1 or 2 spots that's going to be seeing some action in the game.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed your 5 seconds of Saga in HD. I'll see you again in probably about 34 as we got just a minute left before we head into map number 3 on the battlegrounds of Rondo. By far the biggest battlegrounds of all of the 8x8 maps. The playable space extends to every single edge of the map. Ain't no mountains, ain't no oceans around the edge of this one. So those flight paths can really determine a whole lot of teams, particularly those the likes of Daytrade that do like to go towards Danqing. A northern flight path makes that a little bit awkward. Some of the teams go even down as far as Hengshan or around Tin Long Garden. Those guys are really going to have to struggle if we are going up towards the north. And Meiran and Lo Huaxing on the eastern side of Neox Factory is another hot spot where we are looking at potentially 3 teams contending over those areas. Buriram United, Roy Esports, and Windy Gaming taking those as their loot spot in their respective national leagues. So definitely some areas where we could expect to see maybe not a full hot drop, but at least vehicle contests, maybe a little bit of uncomfortable looting for some of these teams, maybe some early aggression. It's all left to wait and see in about 15 seconds time.
Yep. Can't wait, as we will be moving in for our third match of the series.
If you like gliders, you're gonna like Rondo. This is the only map in PUBG Esports that has hard spawn gliders that are guaranteed there every game. So what we saw a little bit from Buriram in match number 1, using the gliders for scouting, or in more typical APAC fashion, some of the teams do prefer to use them as a little bit more of a gunship, have some of their taggers in there taking shots down from distance. Very difficult to knock them out of those positions. You can even use them to get up on top of some of the high ground rocks as almost a quasi emergency parachute. Very different style to what you see in Western PUBG, where it's typically the IGL using them to scout for information. But in the meantime, one singular flight path. It is relatively down towards the southern side of the map, so everyone should be about okay with it. And it does seem as though there is a bit of a group of teams heading north, just around Jadina City, up towards Meiran. Buriram and Windy Gaming side by side, almost holding hands as they make their way over to our first potential hot drop of the Phase 1 qualifiers.
Things are about to get pretty spicy over on that region, and we're also looking at the rest of Roy just to be on the outskirts of Jiaotin. Perhaps it'll be moving into the stadium to be able to get some good loots out of it, but potentially we'll see some exchange. And speaking of which, it does end up over on the corner of the western portion of the map. So MGG, they've been blessed with the circle last game. they're about to get it once again.
Well, Mayran, looks like we are getting an early game battlegrounds on the eastern side of the map, and they've committed. Oh, Master is in serious trouble. He's getting the fists of fury from 3 members of Windy, but the rest of Buriram will be able to get guns first. Dynasty, though, caught out by 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's a first loss. Master can't get a gun. He's stuck behind a corner. It's 2 versus 4 for Buriram.
Oh, already starting off with a deficit, and this is just looking to be pretty tough for them to actually just seek those angles for the moment. But for Marcus, that early MP5 definitely has been able to get him a little bit of a head start for the side of Windy Gaming. He does know that there is somebody around these corners as he have to check those tight angles. Oh, that pump shot coming from Tito. And just like that, Buriram just got crushed 3 games in a row.
So close to getting QT down. He was holding the angle to try and save Master's life. Hit him down to a single hit point. Eddie with the angle, getting up on the roof, almost doing the damage, but Windy Gaming pick up the pieces. QT has 0 hit points, but he's still getting rezzed. That guy was a millisecond away from being the Buriram's 2nd point of the day, but instead it will be 3 maps, 1 point for Buriram United, and a drop spot that they may have to reconsider for the next 2 days of play-ins because Windy Gaming wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, I think that their coaching staff definitely will be losing some sleep overnight just to make drastic adjustments for the course of playing day 2 as well as 3. So hopefully things will be better for them. But of course, just 3 games in with only 1 point at this current rate, we might even actually see them struggle to actually get by, as there's only just that couple of spots for them to get into the finals.
It's definitely a big deficit, but if things continue the way that they are, about 5 points per game right now is where our top 8 currently sits. FW on 10 alongside eArena and R8, tiebreaker between those 3 teams. 15 points, you can do that in a game. We've already seen 2 teams have that level of success. So if Buriram maybe game 4, game 5 comes in, gets a win, 7 or 8 kills, and they're right back in contention. But it is that lack of consistency that's always going to be a deciding factor in a series like this, especially when it isn't a best of 6 like a typical group stage. All of these 16 teams are playing 3 days of games and we're stacking up all the points. So it really is about making sure, even on your bad games, you're picking up 3-4 points per game. And then when you have your good games, that's just the extra cherry on the top as well. Top 8, it's not an impossible task, but Buriram certainly making it difficult for themselves.
Yeah, just looking at all these form of struggles that they had, it's always about the early game rotations. And this time around, well, tough luck. They drop right into that compound, pretty much being shared by the opposing team. So all about getting those quick loots and no luck this time around. We'll see about Tego, though. Perhaps that is where they would be able to get a couple more. While the rest of MG Gaming, just like I said, when we start our flight, they've been able to at least secure the region of Jiaotin, and they probably won't be making too much of a movement, whereas NKT is already getting first dips on the glider, with Khan already trying to get some intel back, as he's going to be able to at least traverse very safely throughout the far western plain. So plenty of area that NKT can actually claim for themselves, as he's just paving a path for the rest of the pack to follow.
Yeah, they'll be happy to see that again. NKT making use of the hard spawn gliders on this map, sticking all the way out towards the western edge. Make sure they can get a little bit of scouting. He can even direct his teammates to say, actually, there's no one nearby. You can go for that airdrop crate pretty safely. So it's one of the teams who has opted to put their IGL in the glider, use it for scouting information. Teams like Daytrade, T5 very much like to do it as well. Expect to see players like Flucky or Tanadol in the gliders, and they're going to be putting their minis, their MKs to some serious use from up above, just putting pressure on enemies as opposed to just going for that information and scouting potential. Deprot, little upgrade to a 4X. That's always nice to see for your DMR, but not going to be loving to see this as Long K and the rest of 40k pull up on his squad up the top of the hill, get turned back quickly.
Ooh, what a setup from Teddy, as he just clips him right when he just passes right through. So just like that, 40K loses one in the process. Just a quick addition to whatever Roy Esports could actually get out of the victim. So Roy, they don't really have to move too far off. This is just that perfect spot to be for them to actually get a couple more teams pretty much sneaked up upon in the process. So for TK, where do they actually end up? Or are they just booking directly inside of Jiaotin? We'll have to see. But like you said, it's Khan.
I take it back. I take it back. He's IGL, but he's still putting some shots down with a disgusting SKS. Neil T's trying to answer back, but my God, it's hard to shoot gliders. Can's going in. He hopped out. He's going for the parachute. He's bringing QiWA in for support. M249 firing away to try and put some pressure down before he touches down. But Dalziel from behind flying in with a QBZ. Oh man, the pressure came back in time, and NKT might have just overstepped.
Yeah, didn't manage to actually spot out Daisel, and now he's going to be the one to seek out the rest of NKT, trying to breach through into the compounds while they're just hugging by the corners of the wall, waiting for something to happen. That blue managing to put in the M249 to find that mass. That's what tries to trade right back, but couldn't really find anything through the hillside. So NKT, they just gotta quickly go in for cover response. Well, there's just no space for them to actually hide out for far too long with Nalti already covering some of all these tracks.
Well, they did manage to get a bit of a turnaround. Hatsawat, he got the Molotov through the window to re-secure the knocks on that revive in the compound. Sammask is going to go down, though. The smoke not giving quite enough cover for him to feel safe going for the res, and Pody showing up with the P90 he looted earlier. Definitely a deciding factor in the fight, but the Tin Soldier down to just a solo. Maybe expecting a push to come through from around the side, trying to see if it can catch a flush onto Can, who went down early into the fight, but NKT will do whatever it takes to keep their IGL alive.
Yeah. Just holding on to this quarter dip and just daring the rest of TTS to actually push right through. But for now, the rest of TTS will decide to just give them that spot. NKT considered successful in that process despite actually losing one member. So that's 3 points. Yeah. Pretty huge, I would say.
It's a good result. The pathway to get there, a little sketchy at times, but if it works, it works. They thought maybe they had the freebie, but the cover from the back line, that blue coming in with the QBZ, Dalziel on the back as well, but Neil T just unable to get it done with the 2x AK. He's going to be moving on as a solo, and that's not what you want to see for the team who's coming in first place into game number 3. Leaves the door wide open for a team like Cerberus, MGG, Roy Esports to try and overtake them and claim that, I would say, all-important first-place spot, but realistically, it's just bragging rights. It's ego-boosting for sure. Definitely a confidence boost coming into the finals, but the top 8 is the cutoff that matters. NKT keeping 3 players alive, though, will do wonders in their hopes of holding on to a top 8 spot by the end of this game.
Yeah, he's definitely visiting the temple to pray that the circle will be blessing him. He's just by the edge of it, so... So pretty okay, I would say.
Yeah, you can have a little bit. A little bit of circle.
Well, I guess, like, he's just got to put more offerings on the table. Meanwhile, the rest of our esports continues on their journey. The rest of Daytrade are on wheels. We'll see if they will be able to at least get themselves a decent spot. Teddy's going to be around the corner. The rest of Roy Esports have yet to actually move off of that hillside, so immediately make themselves known as they fire a couple of pot shots over the corners of Tigger. So Daytrade perhaps will be holding it down for the moment, but they definitely will formulate a little bit more of a response to trade right back into Roy Esports.
It's going to be tough from here, that high ground angle. Even if it is just Teddy who's holding for now, Edvy King looking elsewhere, but still on the high ground for support if needed. Tigger parked his car in a pretty unsafe spot, so wouldn't be surprised to see if a tire or two gets popped. And if you are a scrims enjoyer, you may have been watching some of the Falcons scrims the other day, and they made it very clear that if one tire gets popped on a Pico bus, it is basically just a pile of bricks and it's not worth trying to drive anymore. So Tigger, thankful that Tanadol parked his car a little more safely, so Daytrade do still have an exfil option. HAPPIE could not possibly be hugging the western side of the map any more than they already are. And they're just going to go face first into NKT coming south on the opposite direction. What a weird place for a fight, but Hatsuwat's still ready for it with the drive-by onto Ia.
Oh boy. Already about going to respond to this. NKT now swarming right through and just closes in with a P90. Pody just quickly secures the point, while the rest of HAPPIE squad, they're pretty much scouring around and pretty much separated from one another. The rest of NKT, they will definitely keep their eyes upon them for now, but they're happy to just make their passage into a separate area of play. This will definitely be looking at some of all these regions to be claimed by the rest of the squads who are already around the corners of Jiaotin. So NKT will just keep their eyes on their 6, because even FW wants a piece of the pie. Now going up against Salolzi.
And Salolzi, oh, he gets gameplay differentialed. The 6x Panzerfaust. Oh man, what a discrepancy. As Salolzi goes down, he was going to go down anyway, realistically. He was low HP. FW caught him off guard with the breach in Kudi, trying to fight back. Blind hip fire sprays, gets a ton of damage into Tonkei, but not enough. As around the side, Tonkei gets the better of the 1 versus 1 against his eyeless, blinded opponent. Haisaki sprinting through the wide open, but saved a little bit as MGG lands a couple of tags onto Tonkei, but again, not enough. And he will go down, leaving Lambao as a solo.
Wow, what an explosive fight. Lambao trying to get some cover as he pops over in the smoke, but it's not quite enough for the victors of match 2. FW Esports have the best of them in that process. So it's just tough, well, playing around those regions right now, as we can see how crowded up the corners of Jiaotin is. And currently, it's going to be 40K that will be able to at least get themselves some safety net for the meantime. But look at the west side. We still have NKT trying to traverse through the blue zone, and they're bound to meet up with the rest of Xavage men.
Yeah, that's one of those, you see it a lot in the modern game. You're holding onto your edge and suddenly a team rocks up from the blue zone behind you in phase 5 and you're like, how is that possible? TDT making it very possible to claim this spot, as FW were already down, wounded, not fully healed. Single blue zone grenade, they need another one to secure it, or at least a frag grenade to follow up, and Sapao is well aware. Tonkei now down all by himself despite fighting so hard for this position, and it's Sapao's grenade again that cleans up FW, claims the spot for TDT. 4 on the board, 4 still standing. Much better stuff from them.
Yeah, perfect timing all over onto the push as well. It's absolutely clean with those nades dropped right through. So TDT, they get themselves that restock and it just continues on their journey from the far south.
Again?
Whoa, okay, NKT.
And again?
Come on,
and another one.
Does he have like infinite gas onto that glider? I'm not sure.
Guess he does.
Well, we'd love to see it. Meanwhile,
infinite gas in those lobbies as well. Oh, keep the fire burning, boys. Let's go. Windy Gaming pushing into Zen Esports from the northern side. No one around to third party. Windy Gaming, they've got a couple of blue zones to try and dislodge some of these defensive positions.
A little bit tricky for Zen. They got to find that pick off against QiWA up above the roofs. So they're just going to be twirling over onto the bomb layers, but there is going to be a 2-2 split going on. So perhaps they might be able to catch a glimpse if they were to be too eager on this approach. So we'll have to see about that. The rest of WDG, they're not budging. They're just going to be holding it out for the meantime. Also respecting the fact that the rest of these squads will eventually be moving across this region as well. Kens tries to go in for the trade, almost catching over on a 6-2-9. Quickly retreats back into the covers of the washroom, but of course it will take a long time before somebody decides, let's go in for the full push. Here comes the setup. Perhaps if they do have just about enough smokes, they will be able to cut right through.
Oh, you see that from 6, 7, 8, 9, hopping over, big parkour jump on top of their roof. He brings his teammate over for support as well. And now it's really difficult for Zen to try and deal with this. Xuan almost got taken down in the background as well to some third-partying shots, went down to almost single-digit HP. Not sure they know exactly who it is that they're up against, but if they see that not come through, maybe they just commit to the push regardless. The grenade's not finding their mark though. And this position up above, it's going to be useful, but the sawed-off shotgun even better in those close-range fights. T-Doi doesn't use it, swings around, gets caught by Nicel, and a trade back and forth again. Sichuan gets another, but Marcus and 6-7 answer back.
Sichuan's the only one left right now, 2 versus 1. WDG, they can...
Tanadol's here too.
Go in for the recovery, and Talbot, he's about to bring in the entire cavalry to just crash the gates wide open, while Sichuan, he's just going to be happy to be able to stay afloat for now. Talbot just looking through the window pane to actually spot out a couple of all these members, but Marcus holds down the line, takes out Belmov, and Talbot, he still clips over on the Marcus and somehow survives.
He's been jumping, headshot, hip firing, burning on fire to a Molotov, still getting headshots. Tanadol's a freak.
An absolute beast in the process. I don't know how many, but it's he pressed in that very moment. But my, Daytrade, they're also starting to lose their members as Norins is actually getting a clip over onto his own teammate. I'm not too sure what's going on between them as well as Roy Esports, but they're definitely in the gutter right now. While Tigger drops in that blue zone grenade. This is definitely going to take a chunk of health bar coming in from Zichun, but he's going to be able to heal it off for the meantime.
Sneaks his way into the back. No, he gets the heal off too late. He stopped to take an energy drink first, and the first aid kit a little too late. Daytrade breach into the compound. It's a good idea. They saw all the fight. They saw all the knocks in the kill feed. Unfortunately for them, they pick the side with the weaker team, where it was only one man standing, which gives Windy Gaming an opportunity to grab as many revives as possible. Marcus did fall and is confirmed as a death. 8 points on the board, but they're still 3 men strong, and Tigger used all of his utility to try and flush the last Zen member out from his little position. Norin's trying to get flushed out by Roy Esports, but he's holding the line. A quick reposition, not enough. Deprot does maintain the hold on the high ground for Roy Esports.
Yeah, Roy Esports absolutely choked them out completely, and they've never really left that spot, so perfectly well taught out from the side of Roy Esports to be able to just hold right through and just got so many points in the process as well. Now this is once again a gridlock situation, this time of course with different names to take over onto the other side of the compound. It's Daytrade versus WDG, where they still have 3 members to be able to fend them off, and the rest of Daytrade perhaps over-aggressive in that form of a scuffle that we had early on, found themselves left with only 2. On the far end, we're also seeing a glimpse of another squad that could also chime into this process. So WDG, they've already fully reset it. They want in for more.
Look at how wide open that area around the compound is. No surprise, Daytrade thought their options were limited enough to take the risk, but it's not a risk that's paid off quite as well as they'd imagined, as 6789 clears up Tanadol. Tigger, last man standing. He's expended all of his grenades, found one more, tossed it out, gets damage onto T-Doi, but does not find the knock that he would need to try and make this 1v3 a possibility. He finds himself, ironically, in the same position as the man that they just breached, and he did clear up 1v3 against Windy Gaming, but he's got a double barrel shotgun. Can't get in the door to put it to use, though. Windy Gaming hit 10 kills, and Daytrade fall out in 11th.
It's just crazy on how they've been able to just withstand all that pressure coming from multiple teams, and just like that, just outlasted all of them and just walk away with a chunk of points. WDG,
where with hot drop too. It's been from the start of the game. Great.
I forgot about it. Yeah, they got hot drop, and it's just stacks and stacks of points. It's as if they've already gotten the chicken dinner at this point. So anything is pretty much a bonus at this standpoint.
Well, he wishes he had a glider now, as he's thrown as close to the ground as he possibly could be, and the X-Men are wrapping around. One shot into the thigh and he's down. Pody cleaned up as the blue zone was threatening to take him out, and he survives just a little bit long enough for a flush to come through from the south. Kanaxi doing huge damage to MGG. 3 down, and it's all of them to receive knocks on his watch. Double knock with a grenade on the rock at the back line, a spray over the top, and Ninja 2K. He's 1 bullet away from the Pred. Just needs to get a little bit more damage onto Ninja 2K. Try and prevent this revive coming through. Megvalos is not looking. Latte might have nades, though, and MGG's game might be coming to a swift end.
Yeah, he's not going to be waiting for far too long, as they will eventually bring in the rest of R8 Esports as well. So they could just wrap this fight very, very quickly. But Ninja, he managed to actually turn the tides around, gets a knock over onto Kanaxi as well. So perhaps they could still actually fight this one off. Latte now limping. The rest of R8 is not too close by, so this is a dire situation for the rest of R8 as they have been held back by the rest of X-Men.
Maybe a touch of over-aggression, trying to push down into the smokes, getting caught out for Kanaxi as no help available from Latte. He's being held by Oliver of X-Men, who now, satisfied with a hard day's work, will fall back and regroup up with his squad, holding on to the northwestern side of the zone and look over towards Windy Gaming, who are inevitably going to have to leave their compound, and that's not going to be a pretty sight. Not much options for them when that time arises. Megvalos, last man standing for R8. Nothing more he can do as Ninja 2K does fall. It's YU Dirt picking him up from the compound down below. Megvalos is a solo. Hopefully has a vehicle so he can try and make some sort of play, and he's going to have to make it a big one because that zone shift up towards the north. Windy Gaming can just about hold on to their zone, but X-Men, oh man, no one's going to be able to breach them in this position unless they wrap all the way around in vehicles, and they might just get mulched before they even get there.
They even have the high ground, so it definitely is tough for the rest of them coming in from the south end. So Roy Esports, they will have to leave for their high hills. They've been here since the beginning of the match. But from this position, they also spotted out the rest of TDT. So no matter what, you will expect the rest of Roy Esports to be going down, or at least with a fight, if that's going to be the case, or to actually wrap this one up and perhaps make a surge right into the zone as did prop match to get the knock over onto Jun. Nice tap right to the dome.
Hills are alive with the sound of Roy Esports getting yet more knocks. They've been up there for a long, long time in this game, and it's clear to see why. They've got a whole bunch of points, and potentially more as well as Hwang F goes down. Megvalos is sending it, but to where? There's a shack in play, but it's occupied. Happy Esports are in there, and 10 Chip opens the door, says thank you very much. 1 free point for us. And they're straight back to the action as now Roy Esports trying to make their move. A headshot through the tiny window, looking for a reposition. Oh, they're so hopeful that they don't have any blue zones or Molotovs.
Yeah. Well, Tito is also chiming in as well from the other side. Great angle for Tito to actually put some damage onto the members of TDT on the outskirts as well, while they're trying to at least make a run right into the zone. Here comes the Molotov, and Happy Squad tries to actually keep themselves alive. They will have to step out as they get barbecue and burn. Roy just obliterate them right underneath the shack.
Easiest 3K of all time for Teddy. He just has to line up a Molotov to the window, and there's no way out for Happy Squad, but it comes at a cost once again as their position in the zone is vulnerable to Windy Gaming's angle. Their smoke's not giving enough cover. Can't get behind the rocks in time, but Windy Gaming doesn't really have the vehicles to commit to this play to try and clean them up. They're a little bit wedged, a little bit damaged, and they're actually looking to try and put some pressure over towards X-Men instead. QT's already on the move. Upchen is down. Oliver under pressure as well.
Wow, just look at how proactive they are. They're just taking everybody on. It just feels like they've already had the confidence to actually secure the game as they will curse down Upchen. He has to pull back though as he ran out of bullets with that AUG. Cutie does have a couple of smokes to be able to hold for a little bit longer up against the rest of X-Men. Now only down to 2 members. Oliver actually gets to recover just in the nick of time, but shots now being fired. He will have to seek refuge right behind the stone. And now it's a 1v1 battle. And wow, what a swing from Oliver to take down Tito.
Savior providing that cover from the background. Really being the savior of Oliver in that scenario. Getting up close and personal. Had the information that one player is heavily tagged, healing in smokes. The other player on his rock just swings around the side. The confidence of Windy Gaming on full display, but the experience of that duo for X-Men just coming through to help them out in that 2 versus 2. Force Windy Gaming back over towards the east, where Roy Esports have now got all their revives because Windy Gaming committed their pressure onto the opposite direction. Maybe could have fallen had Windy committed down this way, but not the case. Roy Esports now up to 9 kills with Teddy on 7 of them. 4 men strong, a whole bunch of bodies to try and take utility from as well. Looking good for this endgame.
Yeah, that space being created right there was the golden ticket, and now Roy Esports breaches right across, having a little bit of a cover as well as dip to still play through this, while they've already spotted QT's movement right behind the stone. So you just have to wait just for a slight bit right before the zone close, and perhaps that point can be secured by Ed King in the meantime. But still, there is the members of X-Men who are just holding through the hillside, unrelenting, not going to give it over to the rest of WDG to play around these safe haven. Well, it's just a little bit of a gridlock situation for 6789, as he's got pretty much nowhere else to go but to actually go for a trade. Already tacked down to 31, and he's definitely gotta just hold still and let QT do all the work.
They might not actually know, but the one thing going forward in this scenario is U-Dirt's position. If he can wrap around the side, put some damage in towards Roy, could be a problem. Is quickly resolved by Deprod as Teddy tosses out a grenade, takes a knock onto 6-7 as well, and QT back beeping down, running out of juice. He's going down to the blue zone. Oliver not going to re-peek into that, risk getting the knock. It's a 4 versus 2. Roy Esports, they control, they have the numbers, but Savior gets down to a little bit of cover, but he was spotted just before he got into this safe zone.
Yeah, Howard is actually win this fight, being absolutely outnumbered and pretty much spread pretty thin at this very moment. The rest of Roy Esports confident enough to just continuously put in the pressure towards the side of Savior, while they will just gain plenty of that space. Oliver could still have a huge impact as he's still playing up over the hillside, but already getting tagged out as Teddy has already relayed that information. So Roy, they're playing a slow and steady endgame.
1K damage club, but Teddy, he's been in the game for a while. He's represented his country at NIP. It's clear to see why this man is such a force. Amnesia, 7 kills, 1,000 damage, and still more yet to come, I'm sure. Savage men. 4 versus 2. Possible for them to take a peek in a 1 versus 1, unless something goes severely wrong for Roy Esports, but that's not, and they're not going to make the same mistake they did in game 1 on Erangel. Not going to overcommit to any peaks. MVP King forwards now after getting that opening rate just over the top of the head of Savior. He's going to wait for the support to come through before he commits, surely. That's what fell apart for them last time. Grenades, Molotovs flying in towards Savior as he's surrounded out of the equation. And Roy Esports right the wrongs of game number 1. This time they do not make the mistake, and they claim the chicken dinner on Rondo.
Their patience absolutely paid off. We saw how long they were holding on to that high ground right over onto the outskirts of Jiaotin, and how many teams were actually clipped in the process. And then that fight broke over onto the hill where Savage Man was actually holding out, where the rest of these WDG members were just overcommitting into that scuffle, and that just opens up so much of that room to be claimed by the rest of Roy Esports to just take over the game. Skillfully executed as the Indonesians will make their mark here in Game 3.
And we had it all from the first hot drop of the Phase 1 qualifiers, cleanly won by Windy Gaming. It's a little bit sketchy for QT at one point, almost got taken out, but not to be. And then NKT just constantly getting into these crates. Not only that, where Can just himself out of the glider at some enemies, but all the way on the western side of the zone in uncharted territory, still picking up fights against Happy Squad. Would love to see if we have like heat maps of where kills happen. Everyone would be like, what's this dot doing all the way out here on the west where Aya got picked off? Well, just all over the map, fights happening, particularly in the one compound between NKT, Zen Esports and Daytrade. Big numbers for Windy Gaming, and they definitely needed them as well coming into this game. They were lacking a little bit, not showing that open qualifiers proficiency, that form that they had in the Vietnam series, but now we get to see it on display.
Yeah, we finally get a lot of all these teams back in their strength, and of course looking into some of the exchanges on close quarter terrains as well. FW Esports definitely had some impressive moments until the arrival of TVT Esports, which we saw how cleanly they had just executed on the weakened side of FW Esports. So overall, it's just a lot of all these scuffles over onto the corners of the map that just really was very dicey for many of these teams. But look at Windy, they were just eager to actually take on more and more of all these teams throughout the course of the run. Like I said, this compound, they not only did it well enough, but when we saw even the rest of Daytrade crashing right through, they were happy to get on.
They just had to commit. There's just not really any other option. I mean, we saw how open the field was out to the western side of that compound in the end game fight between Roy Esports and X-Men. They had nowhere else to go. They just had to go and try and take the fight, and that can sometimes just be the way that Rondo goes. Unfortunately for Windy Gaming, they had the compound. Roy Esports, though, had the high ground from the very get-go, and they ride that out to a big victory.
Yeah, it was just magnificently done over on to how they've been able to solely isolate the targets. And Roy Esports, they've been playing pretty much slow and steadily in order to actually secure themselves this big chicken dinner and stopping the streak from the PVS side, and hopefully more to come coming in from the teams that's qualifying from the Masters region.
Yeah, we do love to see it. Those teams that, I mean, we sort of talked about it a little in the pre-show. Decimate and QiWA, definitely two of the names that we expect to have a bit of an impact, potentially push for those top four, those regional slots at the PGS events coming up later this year. But I would certainly not be opposed at all to see others get up there and compete for them as well.
Oh yeah, and I can't wait to actually see what Rondo, Tego has to offer. We're already done with Rondo, but I just couldn't move on with so much high octane action that we're getting here. So, of course, after the break, we'll be coming back for a whole lot more chicken dinner. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. No, not just yet.
Alrighty.
I guess I kind of bamboozled myself. Sorry about that.
You got him.
Yeah. Forgot. We gotta take a look at the results as well. I mean, there's definitely a lot of high achievers coming into this map particularly, and just look at how consistently Roy Esports has played back in map 1 as well as this map of Rondo. I think that they're definitely up there as contenders for the top spot.
Yeah, some of the players are getting dangerously close to having more kills than I have pixels on my camera right now. It's kind of insane. Teddy has been fragging. Tanadol has been weird, crazy stuff with hip fires while on fire and jumping through windows. Everyone's really putting the APAC on display. And let's see exactly how that has panned out in our first 3 maps so far today. Starting off with a big winner chicken dinner for Esports on Rondo in map number 3. Our first 10+ kill win of Phase 1 qualifiers. 23 points. It's a huge victory.
Well, Teddy, those are just absurd numbers out there. I mean, just Deepra also giving him just about enough support coming in. Like, you just add all these numbers, like, probably they would actually earn even more than these of points collected. But for what it's worth that they were just camping out on that one particular spot, man, that was just perfect for Roy to actually get themselves a big leapfrog over on the overall standings.
And we'll see exactly how that has affected the overall standings. But first, Teddy, 1,000 damage club, our first of the qualifiers in APAC. 7 kills and 41% points contribution for Roy's game. A couple of the others, I'll be honest, they got scammed. Having 900 and 700 damage and only 2 kills respectively is a bit shambolic, but sometimes that's just how the game is. But at the very least, it's a team game, and the team picked up a whole bunch of points. 20 on the Rondo in just under a 30-minute match, and they really high ground to the best of their ability, letting no one claim any position up underneath them, dealing with every little snake that came their way.
And Roy Esports is the first one to reach 20 over points here in this run, while the rest of the pack definitely see some signs of struggle to actually claim some spots. But WVG, we saw that massive run where they were just taking almost what seemed to be an endless fight. They've racked themselves 11 eliminations alongside with TDT, who's also seen quite a number of battles as well. Whereas the rest of the pack over onto the bottom half barely gotten all too much. At least Daytrade walks away with those 2 points, but BRU, they definitely have to step up from here on for the course of the last 3 maps to go.
Yeah, and we've been looking for a couple of teams to have that same sort of impact. Buriram, we've said a couple of times, won the game number 1-0 into a off the back of our drop and our first hot drop loss. But again, only 15 points, still the cutoff point for top 8. It's still quick and easy to turn that around with just a single. And some of those teams that have picked up wins haven't been able to convert too much more of that. Cerberus getting a win in game number 2, but only 6 points outside of the other games. Need to start really stacking that up to hold on to their spot in the top 8.
Yep, and of course, we'll have to actually see if Cerberus can once again get themselves back into a consistent form since they won the game, and then after that, just crashing out with 0. We'll let them sort things out as we will have to go for a break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the rest of the series of the day.
Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Sonic get. If they can win this position, absolutely massive. Sonics and Onyx though actually get the open shot on the 5, gets a second one, hits a third one, shuts down the Sonic stream just like that. He gets all 4 of them. Absolutely crazy moment.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hope you guys managed to get yourself some snacks, as we still got 3 more chicken dinners to go before we wrap up day 1. And that was a big win for Roy Esports before we went on the break. And we'll see who will be the next victors coming into the round of takeover. And I think that things are going to get a whole lot more explosive. You know, I was craving for a little bit more of that water action. I guess this is where they'll bring it to play.
Oh man, it's going to be an entirely different beast, that's for sure. I mean, Rondo was some chaotic, a little bit crazy, kind of what we expect from an APAC lobby, particularly one that is lacking some of the top teams in the region, have a little bit more global experience to play a little bit more of a controlled style. So far, too ridiculous. We started off with a hot drop. We saw fights in weird spots this time around, but generally, things have been pretty chill. But are we starting to reach desperation territory for some of these teams, potentially? Some of those down towards the low ones of the standings. Buriram United, hate to keep singling them out, but they've got a single point. It's impossible not to. eArena as well, down in 10th place on 10 points. Daytrade, no longer a GPT. They have to get to the finals to get to PGS, so they're going to have to start playing a little bit more, maybe aggressive, to get some of those points.
Yeah, they've been looking rather out of shape, and hopefully they will be able to figure things out as we're going to be moving into big terrains later into Miramar. Perhaps that's where they will be able to at least be back in their comfort zone. But here in Taiko, it's always going to be a little bit messy, especially if they're going to be playing around regions like Hosan or even on the outskirts of Terminal. We'll definitely have to see how this one ends up, because we would expect perhaps a couple of spots to be hot drop, and what will be some of the locations that you would predict to have, you know, certain fights going in the early game?
I don't think there's any multi-team fights on Tago. There's a couple, maybe edge cases. Happo all the way out to the west had a couple of teams that were towards that. Hosan again, Daytrade and TDT both dropped there in their national leagues, but TDT has definitely shown far that they're not too interested in going for the hot drops. One that is worth noting though, Gaming and Happy Squad opted for Palace as their drop spot in the Vietnam and Master Series respectively. Windy Gaming have already shown if they have a hub against them, they're happy to go for it. And Happy Squad, I mean, they're pretty high on their frags, high on their aggression as well. So who knows? Maybe Palace will be an early game battlegrounds as well. Would be good news for the likes of Cerberus, who loot just over the broth to come in and look for a third party.
Yeah, perhaps they will be able to actually catch them while they're over on the fishing camps or so. And that spot right across fishing camp is also really a good spot on the hill for a lot of teams to hold out. So we shall see what will be the next course of the action for all of our 16 teams on board here for the play-in stages for the week. So, but first, Tago, here we go.
Match number 4 on day 1 of our play-in stage for the Phase 1 PAQ qualifier, PGS 7 and 8, and it has been a roaring start for Esports, up to 38 points after just 3 games, a first place in game number 3, and a couple of solid performances to go along with them in the previous matches as well. Next place behind them, the Tin Soldier and Xavage Men Esports. A lot of the teams that were involved in the late map number 1 have still maintained their lead as we get to the mid-8. They're going to look to try and expand on towards that. However, everything about Palace, Windy Gaming, all those other teams as well, hold on to that one for tomorrow, because this flight path ain't getting anywhere near to Palace. Looks like all the way down south is going to be a big spot. Might even see a team get as far as the new hospital, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, I was pretty much thinking back as well onto how many teams are applying for a spot over onto areas like Songnam, and for the side of eArena, they're kind of stuck in between all these squads. If it were to actually shift away from that southern corner of the terrains, then it might just be a very difficult rotation for the rest of eArena to take. We shall see later on. But looking over onto the outskirts of Hosan as well, it seems like it's going to be absolutely occupied by the side of TDT with a little bit of 2-2 split in the early course of the field. We'll definitely see plenty of all these teams to be squeezed tight over onto the far western corner. But is it going to go into the island? I really do wonder.
Wow, one thing's for sure, Buriram United cannot complain or have any excuses with the zone that they've been gifted with. On the western pit of Happo, they have pretty much central access, priority spot wherever they want to go. Just a little bit of tangulation between Roy Esports down around the church and who was that? 4Tanker, who are down there, and typically looting up towards the eastern corners of the map. In Airport, Wolsong, Prison is another option but that was taken away by eArena, and that is an unfortunate position for Tentrip to get caught. Looks like he was trying to make his way over to the palace, but got taken out on a long drop by Lambao and splattered with the front of the bumper.
Yeah, not the best way to actually start off their run here inside Taiko, but well, at least it was just one. Oh, if there was more with no weaponries or so, well, Labao's absolutely gonna be super happy about these kind of situations. Happy squad though. they've had a decent run so far, currently being placed into the middle of the pack with about 16 points, slightly ahead of our Esports. That puts them into a 7th at this current moment. So far, like you said, they've been able to get some frags. And speaking of frags, oh, 6 sack. He's just had Tonkin running him over. The easy one is FW Esports comes in with a little bit of payback.
He car out, didn't have enough speed to break through the barrier. He was completely caught out. FW will capitalize. Windy Gaming taking an early loss. A previous game where 4 points were gained on their side in the winning the hot shot. It's 2 down now for Windy Gaming, as that eastern side of Terminal was going to be their alternative bot, but FW fighting for it as well. That's where they dropped in the Thailand series, so looking to defend their territory, defend and take out a team who's a little higher in the standing than they currently are as well, making them a little more vulnerable for teams to try and overtake. Currently on 20 points, D Gaming coming into this game, which is, if that's where they end, an average of 5 points per game, which is still exactly the cutoff point for the top. So not the end of the world. They built themselves a bit of a buffer. NKT going back in the air. Can just loves, doesn't he?
Oh, he absolutely loves himself some airtime and plenty of screen time at the very same moment. We'll have to see where do they actually land. There's still plenty of areas to be claimed, so NKT wants enough to actually go for that quick emergency pickup. Meanwhile, BRU, they got themselves into another scuffle, this time actually to knock down HAPPIE in the process. But the rest of the members of 4TK are slowly pushing through. Edie definitely needs some backup, and the backup has arrived just in the nick of time. Master, just about to corner the wall. Jetin's already got that AUG. Sees him actually climbing up the rooftop, and that will be to his own demise as Jetin managed to knock him down.
He committed to that vault despite the shots are through from Jetin. I don't blame for this engagement. It looks like with a 1-40K's hold, but Long K gets taken out on a drive-by from Riz before that Panzerfaust can cause any discrepancies in the gameplay. But well, he's got a double-barreled shotgun, and that's pretty unfair to have to try and go up against anyway. Hops out of the window, goes over the top of Riz, but catches him. No, he doesn't! What? The drop shot from Riz! How does he get away with that? That is insane!
No way! I swear that shot actually connected. He's supposed to be knocked down, and suddenly BRU has got the upper hand in this fight. And take a look at who's around the corner. The rest of TDT are about to also respond, just waiting in the wings, ready to strike. BRU, they are just hunkering down. They managed to also save Master in the process. So this fight just absolutely wild.
If Riz was an inch taller, he'd be shaking hands in the heavens right now. Oh, man, he would be slow over that wall, but Duck's underneath the bullet. That is crazy. But Yuda, what? With a Vector, he's still right left.
Last stand, and he's just doing so much all alone. But there's barely enough space for him to actually work around with. Once the rest of BRU recovers, I bet he's just going to be squeezed out. Ruse is just going to be waiting. Here's him vaulting out, so he might just be actually getting some angles. Meanwhile, shots might just be connecting coming from the side of TDT. They will go in for the chase, and Ruse secures all these 3 pointers while they're also soaking the grenades coming in. Oh, they're almost actually getting this one, but here comes the rest of TDT.
Martade as he went down, and TDT is here to clean up whatever is left of Buriram United. Van steals away all 3 kills that he worked hard to get the knocks for, gets 0 rewards for 4Tanker, who go out still on 9 points. And Van looking for the 4th as well, as Riz drops off the side, directly into the line of sight of Hwang F, and now there's still more third-party shots coming through from NKT, but unlike a look to try and run to this, as TDT have just swept through, cleaned up 5 points with barely a shot being back in their direction.
Yeah, absolutely cleaned the process. They've been overlooking from the hillside and just preyed onto the weakened United players. But at the very least, this time around, BRU's gotten 3 points to at least garner a little bit more momentum before they move into the Miramar rounds. Well, QiWA's kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Jacob, he's just gonna wait till he gets some glimpse out of QiWA, but I wonder if he's going to be backed by the rest of these members of Roy who did manage to actually win out the past round inside of Rondo. 2-2 split from the side of eArena, and you're just absolutely locking him out. So he's just got to wait for now.
Sometimes that's all you can really do. You just have to hold your ground, hold your nerve, and hope that the enemies go away. eArena, I'm not sure if they're aware of his position. Jacob's putting some shots in towards the bushes. Just checking, just making sure. You've got to check on a map like this. Those bushes are thick, and there's very often someone just lurking in them, waiting for you to make a misstep. But Jacob will not be making any of those mistakes this time around. Hops into the vehicle. They take the 1 point. That's happy enough for them. And they're going to look to try and make a move further on in where... Oh, man. Buriram United, it was such a big opportunity. They really zoned to give them a favor, and it couldn't have been any better for them, but just could not get the better of that fight when it really mattered the most. Just one man standing, a Vector, an AK, a grenade, 3 knocks, and then a third party to seal the deal. Buriram United maintaining 4 points in 4 games.
Yeah, at least we actually get to see some heroics coming out of Ruse. Up till now, I'm still baffled by how he managed to still survive out of that shotgun shell. And after that, just claim those 3 corners for Buriram, all in his own effort. So we definitely want to see if he could still carry some of the weight moving into the upcoming rounds for sure. eArena, eyes on the prize this time, locking onto the rest of R8 Esports as they're just playing over onto the rooftops. eArena will just go in for some light taps in between while they are currently in the middle of the zone. Despite it not being under any form of compounds or cover, I think they're happy to make do with what they currently have. So there's not much of an option for them to actually move around. Speaking of which, they do have a couple members who are in compounds, so they will just sit still for the moment while the rest of Roy Esports comes in with a little bit of pickup towards QiWA. But are the tires going to last, though? Larix has already marked them with the Mini 14, continuously aiming it down, and might just actually take QiWA off of the windows. Oh boy, he's got to be thankful that they're running out of bullets for the meantime.
eArena falter abusers as Jacob was firing out a couple of shots. Didn't land, but Roy Esports under enough pressure for them to hop into their vehicle, just about get out of there. NKT with a bridge camp though. Grenade perfectly placed to catch out X-Men as they make the cross, and Can is there to score it as well, finishing the job. 2 down from X-Men. Upchen has to turn back, abandon the third. Now they're very much separated. Gone directly into Huang F as well. That leaves man standing on the northern side for X-Men. And of our top 4 teams taking losses in the early game.
Yeah, that one you really got to give it up to Team NKT. Just look at how creative they were from Rondo with the airdrops, as well as right now with Bridge Cam. They've just got a lot of tricks up their sleeves. So that perfect setup, there's just no way that Xavage could actually respond while they were on wheels. So now only down to Upchen, though. Well, of course, certainly there is a lot of space that he could still perhaps squeeze placement points for a moment, but it's still rather early to actually tell or if he could actually make the cut for a moment, since there's still plenty of teams out and about. Already knowing for a fact that that is a bridge that he could not pass, and we're already looking at trade, and Nysel it gets the job done. We will be having Ninja hoping to be spared a little bit of mercy points out there, but the rest of MG, they're all scoured all around. I don't think that there's any saving grace at all.
Mercy. No mercy at all. Flush him immediately. This is one of the areas of Tego that when there was a little bit of a minor rework that did get a bit of extra additional cover, maybe that's part of the problem for Ninja. Those vehicles hiding out behind some of those newly added rocks, the dips just on the outside. Pretty rare that we actually see them come into effective competitive play, because this is so far to the edge of the playable zone. Doesn't really tend to get many circles out here. Just got caught off guard. But Daytrade, they've gone into the tents out in the middle of the field. There's big wide windows on every side of those, and Lambao in the kill feed again, taking out Banana One, securing the flush as well. Cerberus now off into place with 5 kills on the board in this match, looking to put some pressure on Roy in first.
Wow, it's already 5 kills already. I didn't even take notice overall. These guys are absolutely on fire. Well, things are just pretty much starting off on a slower note for the rest of the squads who are still hoping to claim a spot. And there we go, Haisaki on the feet as they manage to catch out Zigzag, but that will be quickly stolen away by Tanabo from an off angle as well. Meanwhile, there will be a hardship over onto the run field. Some areas covered by water, so we'll expect it to still pull back in towards Cerberus' favor.
Well, if we've played a lot of Tekken, we'll recognize zone. It's pretty common for ending to shift back just south of the cliffs area, and the open fields on the map are surprisingly playable, with a little bit of hills, a couple of dips for cover. Those all-important bushes that if you are a solo, you can just go lie down in one of those and hopefully everyone will forget you're there. There is this one shack, and that's about it for HUD on this side of the road, and we generate back to the zone just to be about 200 meters to the east from here. So F can survive for a while, maybe until TDT are forced out of their compounds. They're going to be met with the wolves to try and flush them out. But for the time being, it's a survivable spot, and they can just sit there and hope that 5 more teams fall elsewhere on the map and they can get themselves into the placement points. Another mortar in play. Hands of R8 Esports. Not sure who they're aiming out, but it could definitely come like this with a lot of open area.
Yeah, especially towards the late game where there's plenty of all these lurkers in the middle of the paddy field, and you could just have a straight shot that might just actually connect to multiple targets as well while they're engaged in a certain team fight. But at the current moment, at least Daytrade has gotten a wide view angle for them to actually work around with. So, like I said, that spot out there in the fields, absolutely sublime for them to just hold still towards the later stages of the game. While Zen Esports, they're still playing over onto the creases of the hill, as we will definitely want to see whether if they will be able to eventually navigate their way deeper into the center. eArena just hugging by the edges as they manage to scout out some movement coming in from the side of WG, or shall I say, a couple of vehicles parked over on the compound, so they will expect that to be a place that they would not crash later on. While CZ managed to also spot a couple of all these players from PTS who's hoping to actually take that check for themselves, while Lambao quickly secures E nut. Well, MG slowly getting caught out there in the fields.
He's putting the pressure down. This area is super difficult for anyone to trash them from unless it's a full vehicle push committed to swing them from area. But Cerberus hasn't wide enough to see any aggression coming. No one left lurking on the northern sides. No one going to swim up behind them and catch them off guards. So Cerberus is pretty darn safe in this area, but it's Zen in a position where this zone is pretty much anticipated to look for an ending. Teams like Daytrade, TTS, they're going to have to try and find some way to push, hopefully avoiding one process, and they can try and push up this hilltop, take that spot away from Zen. A lot of defensive work to do.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they were to stay put in the shack, will they even be surviving at all? So I guess like they really have to at least stretch out over the hills, like you said. Cerberus eventually will be visited by some of the members of MG. They were initially running into the spot and they got pretty much clipped out. So Cerberus definitely takes note of that, while the rest of the 10 soldiers are going in for a wide rotation over south side, catches Norins over onto the hills, as he was hoping to actually take him off the wheels. So he will be looking for a trade. The full squad now chasing upon the rest of eArena, and they're on wheels. This is just going to be a perfect moment for them to slowly clip CZ while he tries to sort of pass all these members, but I guess they're not going to overpeak for now and just let CZ get by.
Nothing more to come from that engagement as eArena find themselves a dirt road, a shack. They're going to look to clear and make sure no one's lurking. It's free. They have found themselves a position to try to play from, and Zen. Ooh, well, look at this. That's a little reward for them getting into this position and early. A little bit of extra cover as well when the pushes do inevitably come through onto their option. Is eventually caught out and cleaned up. Tanadol claims for him, but it was NKT's bridge camp earlier that was really what dealt the damage to X-Men and put a stop to their Tago experience. 23 teams just behind them in the standings are losing quickly as well. Gaming now down active. Those drops tempting, very tempting for Zen Esports, but under the watchful eye of Cerberus up towards the north might be too much of a roll.
Yeah, we'll probably expect them to still turtle over onto this corner dip. And speaking of which, I think that MGG, they're absolutely interested to actually loot off of those crates as they're driving closer and closer. Well, the nades are flown right in, giving some warning towards Z12, and oh my goodness me! Z12 just rocked the scene and already being greeted by a hail of nades coming from Zen Esports.
And that's the problem. Those dips, they're pretty good for longer, but they do put you in nice positions, and if there's teams occupying dips, they know exactly to aim, man. With a little throw as well for the style points, and completely what goes MGG. Now the push attempt from NKT. We said it's going to have to be a vehicle send. A vehicle send it is. Hatsawat and Can completely obliterate us on the north. Not even a single knock conceded until the fight over. Imkudi gets one with a grenade after going down, but NKT smashed their way into the zone.
It really felt like they were masters of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. They just got a lot of trap cards being laid into place where they just caught out the entirety of Cerberus just like that. And like I said, no casualties thus far. They're looking absolutely poised to just secure whatever regions open up in the north.
And there's a whole lot of space in the north as well. The north main threat was team coming in from the east and the west. Well, they were the team that came in from the west. They do worry about that. They can push forwards, look for angles over the grids. Teams like Daytrade, maybe Zen down in the southern dips as well, especially if they're getting a little antsy, thinking about going for all that delicious loot, not just from the airdrops, but from the teams that they just killed as well. They're going to have smokes that will be so vital when you're playing an area like this. They're going to be very tough for it, but if NKT's watching out for it, it might just be a bit of a lead attraction. That loot. eArena with defensive work to do on their dirt road for now, as a push coming in from the south as well.
Yeah, they've been having some slight struggles to actually navigate out of that south side, and right now Tito gets a catch over onto Dapu out in the fields. Ooh, very tough spot to be in right now for Tin Soldiers. Well, they were trying to actually take a claim over onto the shack, and now knows that they would eventually need to deal with Tito, who's currently all alone, so this is absolutely doable. All they really need is a good promenade right into the doorways, while there's still more joining from the back. Oh, Roy Esports! They're also being greeted by Windy. This is just helter-skelter over the south.
It's not looking doable anymore. Tito cleans up Roy Esports, but his team has swiftly gone from 4 standing to just a solo. T-Doi started all this off with 1 knock. eArena took 2, and Roy looked to capitalize by sending it forwards. They actually got into the zone, and Neil T just sends them straight back to lobby. Single grenade. A big swing of points for TTS, but it's not going to be enough to buy him the time to defend the push of eArena coming over the south now, as all the teams that could have pressured their backline have taken care of one another. T-Doi gets to survive in the shack for a little bit longer as FW now starts sending out mortars from the center of the zone.
Yeah, it's just a really sketchy spot, and here comes the mortars now dropping right in towards the direction of R8 Esports. They're all well spread out, and they managed to eventually clip over onto the TDT members, who's hoping to push right through, as they don't have any areas to work with. Zapal over the far end, they still have the crease of the heal for them to actually hold out. Meanwhile, oh,
we got him.
Okay! Where did he send it from? We gotta take a look.
They're just chilling in the center of the zone down south. Took them a few to get the zeroing pretty much dialed in, but so it's a 1 bang onto Latte. He's gone. A big grenade from distance. Now they get from down below as eArena starting to commit to that push, but TDT, they're going to try and capitalize. Latte has been taken out from afar. They've still got a bit of a push to try and make it. Even once R8 is cleaned out, they've got problems as Hatsuat gets a knock onto Megvalos, as if to illustrate that line of sight for other teams. But T have got to find a way through it.
Yeah, right now, the ball's on the court of eArena. They managed to spot all these straggling units out in the field side, and R8 slowly getting tagged out. The smokes aren't going to cover them for far too long. Well, NKT, they were on the hill, and here goes a big name coming out of Daytrade Gaming as they managed to eventually wipe the floor clean. Oh my days, we're just going to see many more of all these explosions all across the field.
Sounds like a cast with Mark Power with British phrases, but dang, it's a fitting one because they is really rocking their way through this zone. FW cleaned up, their East now in full control, and strangely enough, somehow all of the teams in the open still 4-man strong. NKT on the north, eArena south, and Daytrade on the east still scrapping. TDT, the lone representatives for any non-Thai team, still trying to put the pressure down onto. They've got smoke, a couple of bushes, and that's really it. No real opportunity to get any zone control anymore up towards the north. TDT has taken that away from them, and they can't get east either with eArena watching over the top. But TDT is having similar problems too.
Yeah, this is just a very, very tough area to play for the rest of R8. Slowly getting attacked by Jacob, and he just gets it done. And even more to go as he aims down the rest of these TDT members. And just like that, leaving only Hong F over on the corner of the rock. Can he actually get it done to secure all 4 of these players live?
This is some vintage Jacob. This ain't myth Jacob. This is signature Jacob. If you're an OG Thailand series enjoyer, you'll know what I'm talking about. The first team that he was on, this guy was an absolute beast, and he gets the knocks, lines them up perfectly for Zizzy to hit the slam dunk grenade from distance. And Zizzy, he loves a solo push. He likes to get up close and personal. He likes to play those close range angles. Even if NKT has MKs, has Lynxes, he ain't afraid to get up close and start putting the pressure on the team to his north.
And that's what's really scary about eArena. They just strike from multiple angles at the very same time. It's so difficult to respond to that, especially when they were printed all across the corners of the field. So right now, NKT, they're still holding over on the top, and oh god, with a nasty shot towards Belbov.
And NKT, definitely not a team on. You wouldn't expect it. It's not a team really stood out if you look at the roster coming into the Thailand series, but they finished 4th seed. They were one of the most consistent teams, 100+ points in all 3 circuits. Some have only been playing since 2023 as well. Hatsuat, both with a little bit of extra Buriram and T5, and it's doing the business as well onto Daytrade. The grenades to explode, and 2 more fall from Daytrade. Tigger up close to try and hold the line. Push caught off guard, and Tigger gets the flush as well.
Yeah, at least securing something before they crash out. Daytrade good for a top 3 finish, and now it's a full-blown 4v4 as it's going to be a PTS affair. NKT versus eArena.
They got to loot quickly, get some extra. The utility counting slim for both of these teams, but eArena is definitely a little better in terms of the lethals. 1 extra smoke as well, but there's bodies. There's tons of body. Does have the links as well. Jacob has his eyebrows removed, whether he asked for it or not. Can swing on directly in front of Norins, who gets the spray down eventually, but Live does secure the trade. It's 3 versus 2. Advantage. NKT have a billion on their side of the zone, but they still don't know about Zizzy.
Yeah, that was just a very, very cheeky angle that he's holding on to. And he just timed it so well to the moment that he parked his vehicle. That was just an easy catch for eArena. Now, backs against the wall, though. With a man deficit, that's what really have to at least find this pick to make it all even. And he's eventually getting locked out, so we'll see
I think
what he's going to do.
spoke too soon. I think they do know about Zizzy. HAPPIE definitely aware that dangerous area, and he was watching that eagle-eyed to make sure nothing untoward was going to come from their western side. Holding that down with the M4, and Zizzy's been forced back, so it will be a straight 2 versus 3. No one really favored too much by this zone. eArena has a little bit more. KT has to come down from the slightest of high ground incline, and that will be a problem. But just look at how flat and open this is. The lack of smokes from both sides is going to be a major problem, but NKT have the firepower advantage. That link in the hands of Poddy, one body shot to the upper chest on a level 2 vest, a headshot, and that evens the numbers instantly.
Yeah, he's been so potent on that links, and Lyrics also tries to equalize with a little bit more of his prowess on the Mini 14 as well. At least they do have an inkling of how NKT is going to play out this endgame, so they could just steadily claim the outskirts and just have multiple angles for them to slowly single out their targets. So it's really down to Lyrics to be able to get the bird's eye view to relay back towards the rest of the squad. So eArena, they can afford to wait. Meanwhile, not too sure for the side of NKT though.
That ridge that Lyrics has, that big mound in the background, makes it practically impossible for NKT to feel comfortable anywhere on this side of the zone. They have to cross over high ground of their own to get to the zone, just flushing out those vehicles with a grenade from Poddy to make sure no one's lurking on the close range angles, trying to smoke their way forwards into the zone as HAPPIE still looking for any kind of peek with that MK line. Big MK, the MK14 could definitely play a factor as well, but Norin's on the flank, has crept his way around, got a little bit of line of sight, is spotted HAPPIE out in the background, opts to go for it with the DMR, lands 2 tags, lands 3, and HAPPIE down. Poddy 1 versus 3, eArena looking to move in for the kill.
Yep, and it seems like the time is nigh for him to eventually be taken out by eArena, as we saw an all-time affair that sees them secure their first chicken dinner here in day 1.
Really tells the story of eArena as well in the Thailand series. A slow start. First 3 games, 10 points to their name. Not the best. Circuit 1 in Thailand series, not great either, but here they turn things. Map number 4, an 18-kill win on Taego. And someone forgets a pretty shambolic start to the day, because right now they are on 38, and that looks a lot better. Less close to 10 points per game average, but most of them came from this one. 18 kills, an insane tally. eArena in game number 4.
Yeah, you could also say the same for Daytrade, that has been able to bounce back from the gutter as well. Pretty much the same sequence of events that have happened throughout the course of fielding match to eventually get a whole lot of pickups, especially in the early game. But speaking of early game, we got to take a look again onto this altercation where BRU did that to actually claim a whole lot with the hands of Ruse to be so sharp to exchange up against the rest of 4 Tanker. But it does look a little bit sketchy until first 4W comes into, or should I say TDT coming to clean up the fight.
Yeah, he was really fighting for his life, and again, Buriram, they had it. It was a 4 versus 1. There was no way it should have gone that badly, but just holding the angles with the Vector, the AK, and then that grenade that went down, got an extra knock after they cleaned up the solo, and TDT was there to wipe them up at the end. TDT getting themselves in towards the top 5. Oh, not a bad game for them, but man, NKT's complete obliteration of Cerberus on the northern side of the zone on the drive-bys. They have shown they're not worried about going aggressive. They will drive by you if they have to, particularly well. For an IGL, he's so aggressive. He even went super late stages of the game, killing off Jacob right in front of Norins, just driving into the middle of eArena's squad. But thankfully for eArena, the loss of Jacob was not enough to lose them the game in total. They do manage to pick up the kill in the 3 versus 2 at the end against NKT.
Yeah, they're definitely showing their strides right now, as they're probably regaining their confidence to be able to have pretty much the same mindset to be played out in the upcoming maps of Miramar. So it's actually really good to see the recovery of all these teams coming in from the PUBG Thailand series, where Daytrade got plenty of points alongside with NKT to actually close all the end game scenarios. And by the time that it's all said and done, eArena came up pretty huge into this final zone where they've been able to eventually choke out the rest of the areas of play from NKT. And once they manage to find that pick by the edge, it's just pretty much over for Cody by the end of it all.
Not much you can do in a scenario like that when the zone is working against you. You know, have the high ground, they have the flanks around the side, and in the end, they just get the shots that they needed. But it's still massive, valiant effort from NKT, a team, again, that before coming into the Thailand series, no one really had any expectations for. But this is kind of one of the big differences about Thailand, because if you're a chatter out there in Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're watching, have you ever heard of NKT as an organization before this? Probably not, unless you watch the series. That surprised you to know that they all live together in a team house, and that can really help with team cohesion, especially with the younger players in together, making sure that everyone's all on the same page. And when someone says, guys, let's just get in our cars and drive bus, and someone says, that's Cerberus Esports, they're no easy kills, and Can says, doesn't matter, let's go, hype them out anyway. It's huge. NKT, massive, and really great to see that level of confidence coming from a team that really doesn't have all that much international experience, but they're playing as if they're friends of the game.
Yeah, and we just love to see it. Like, these four members just have the same hive mind. It was like, oh, it's go time. Yep, let's just crash the gates or even set up all these big traps. And the first victims were, unfortunately, Xavage men, who have seen very stable gameplay throughout, you know, this past couple runs. But that was the first casualty, but it didn't stop there. That was the big surprise to me, that at certain points, like, does NKT need to prioritize position? Nope, they claw their way out of that, and they took out a big titan in form of Cerberus in order to make their way to that top 2 cut.
5 kills apiece for Norins and Zizzy, 4 apiece for Jacob, and Liz, a team contribution from the get-go. Everyone pulling their weight, all above 500 damage. Man of the match, though, will go over to Norins, the new addition, the man who has been Daytrade through and through. Years, I've got a poster of him wearing the Daytrade jersey behind me, and now here he is putting up the numbers for eArena when they were desperately needing those points. We said, are we looking to get into desperation territory for some of these teams? Are we going to see them play a little more aggressive? May bring hot drops. eArena played the composed game. They waited for teams to make their moves around them and then cleaned up behind them. That's exactly the style of play that almost won them PGS 4 until the final day, where things went a little bit awry. It's great to see them capable of pulling out almost 30-point games here at this level.
Yeah, and just within that span of the round, they have been able to catch up with the rest of the pack, and it might just be gunning for a top 3 podium finish as well, if they could just keep up at this tempo of play. So other than that, when we take a look at the rest of the pack, NKT definitely have secured plenty full of kills as well, as they managed to stack a total of 9. And following closely, I think the rest of the pack definitely having a great field day out here in Santiago. And just look at how many teams now breaching into the 30-pointer mark. And now we see within that round itself, 3 teams from Thailand has moved into the top 6.
Yeah, and it's extremely tight between them. 3rd, 5th tied on points on 3rd, and 2nd tied on points, where Roy, the slight of placements, does hold on to 1st place for now by just the tiebreaker alone. But the goalposts are moving, and Tom is now slightly above 5 points per game. Xavage men on 23, holding on to it. 2 games left to go for any teams who are looking to try and steal away one of those top 8 spots by the end of day number 1. And we're going to switch things up once again, as Miramar will be our battlegrounds for the final 2 maps.
Yeah, it's so interesting to actually see the late game activation for all these Thai squads, and I'm pretty sure that, like, the Vietnamese teams will also be very, very poised to be able to score huge coming into the maps inside Miramar, which we saw in almost every other APAC qualifiers, that they've always been taking fights very aggressively once they do actually claim some pretty nice high ground terrain. So first, we'll have to see how be circle effects, some of all these areas of play. Who knows? It might just be those kind of urban endings where everyone's kind of gridlocked, and it could be anyone's game in that sense.
Yeah, there's definitely some teams that favor Miramar, at least in their regionals. So, again, Buriram United, one of them. I mean, we're going to keep bringing them up because they're still sucking at this point, and we know that they're capable of much, much better. But Miramar is where they had them in the Thailand series, and they're not the only team as well. Windy Gaming had by far their best performance on Miramar. 45% of all of the points they picked up across the entire grand finals of Vietnam series came from Miramar, and so far they've definitely shown that even without their young fragger of Bin Blue, who unfortunately is too young to be able to play in this series, they're still already capable of putting up fights with the best teams in this lobby. So switching over to Miramar where they're a little more comfortable, and who knows, maybe we'll start see them picking up some wins.
Yeah, I guess like the same sort of DNA still holds true for the side of Windy Gaming on how they've been able to play their own game that to actually match the tempo of the rest of the pack. And they have been able to find so many successful runs throughout the couple of games that it has been played out. And I believe that they should be able to eventually match up to be able to reclaim perhaps a deeper spot here inside of the top 8, because right now they're kind of in an unsafe territory where if Happy Squad, R8, NKT, well, I gotta refresh my tar for a little bit to get the updated store. So yeah, it definitely would be a little bit more dicey if they don't actually get much to be done here in these upcoming 2 rounds of Miramar. So we'll have to see if they could just keep to that same tempo that they had back in the PVS.
Yeah, that's it. About 25% of the way through our games so far. 18 games in total, 4 have been and gone. By the end of today, we'll be a third of the way through. So we'll probably be looking maybe at around 100 points for our cutoff for the top 8. Fully 5.5 to 6 points per game. Those teams that are slacking, it is still close enough to close that gap. 5 to 6 points per game puts you at 30. Any of the teams in the lobby, again, have a win like eArena just did. You've got that in one single game, but that's no easy feat. You still have to put up the kill, the positioning, secure the win against some of these teams, and definitely showing that they're no slouches. Teams that made it to this level are certainly capable of doing so. They just need to actually have the confidence to get it over the line, and then they're right back in it.
Yeah, especially for, you know, like those who are currently lingering around the bottom half of the pack. I guess like the first thing they really have to do is to really fix some of the rotations. And inside of Miramar, this is just a big portion of the gameplay as well, just to claim some great terrains for you to actually hold out, whether to play offensively or defensively. So perhaps this could be the saving grace for them to at least have a lot more space to work with than to, you know, worry about getting caught out in such a fast space.
Couple of us once again going back to potential drop spots. We talked about Windy. They have a possibility of an Impala hot drop up against both NKT and X-Men again. Haven't seen any 3-way drop spots so far, but definitely we've already seen Windy Gaming happy to take a fight. We also have to look at TDT, Los Leones up against Zen Esports. TDT so far hasn't seemed too interested in going for hot drops, but who knows? Maybe this is their opportunity to try and build themselves a bit of a points buffer to get up to the top 8. Maybe they look to assert that dominance and keep other teams down. Finally, notable, Picado. Of course, Picado, Miramar. Cerberus switched up their drop spot to Picado about a year ago, and they've been looting that area since, but in PMS, Happy Squad had Picado written all over it. And we've definitely seen a whole lot of teams hot dropping for Picado in the PUBG Esports. See whether or not we get to see that here in the PMS qualifiers. Phase 1 PAQ, I should say, for the PGS 8 APAC qualifiers.
That's right. I can't actually wait to get this one started. This has been my favorite map of all time. So final 2 maps as we jump right into the penultimate round of day 1.
Flight path is in the air. Miramar, map 5 out of 6 for the day, is a go. And we have seen some very solid performances out of teams from all qualifying regions for PAQ. Esports EMS currently holding on to first place. eArena of the Thailand series tied with them after jumping 11 points up the standings, 13th all the way up second in the previous matchup. And just behind them, Cerberus, the Tin Soldier, both representatives of the Vietnam series. So competition between all of these regions is extreme. And we'll see whether that converts into any early game activities, as it looks as though TDT and Zen will be happy to share Los Leones. It is big enough to hold 2 teams. So let's give them a go.
Yeah, of course, it's no surprise on how the Expendables have been able to find successes throughout their prior runs in order to claim the Global Championship. And we're looking at really heavy hitters to be contesting them for that spot this season round. And I believe that with what we're seeing so far, perhaps there is a chance where they'll be able to really take the throne away when you just got this crazy stack lobby that's just willing to really take each other's heads off. Now we're already getting ourselves the first phase of the zone to be appearing over the southwestern end of the map. So plenty of hill terrains across La Riela for them to eventually play out from. So a little bit tricky for some to navigate, especially for those that have dropped a little bit further over onto the corners of the map. So we'll definitely have to see how would they actually handle the heat of Miramar.
Depending on your stance, either thankfully or we are not getting any early games. At least over drop spots, there could certainly be some rotations a little bit close to one another, as there often tends to be when you start to mix up regions. So used to the teams around you, their timings, their rotation patterns, or maybe the fact that if Rays annoys Happy Squad enough that they say, hey, there's a solo up there whose boss, just get a gun and go drive at him. It's not happening for sure. He's lucky to have a 3v scenario, but who knows? It could still happen. But the zone down towards the southwestern side of the zone, out Daytrade 4 and 4 well were a little bit further west, and they're going to need all the help they can get, down on 9 points after our first 4 maps.
Yeah, so far, not many early game shenanigans, like you said. Well, in Miramar, everyone will just love to start a little bit more stock standard in that sense, as they definitely need to get themselves well geared up for all these big fights taking place over the course of Phase 4 onwards. So over on the corner of St. Martin, MG will be able to at least get some safe journey through the far western plains later on. So depending on how much time do they really want to take to actually set up that corner, whether they want to loop around El Pozo to get by, there's just plenty of all these areas that's great to be claimed if they were to be moving out early. Meanwhile, for eArena, this is going to be a very long journey for them coming in from Puerto Paraiso, though.
Should be relatively safe. They have the entire south coast, which hopefully won't be camped. Hopefully Lyrics also finds a better gun than an M16 for some long range. One of his teammates should hopefully find him a mini or an MK so he can actually get it. But they should be okay. No one should really up any camps, but who knows? I mean, we've seen some camps in the previous matchup on the bridge. He was the team to set the... is the team that was just denied a win by eArena, so maybe they have some nefarious plans in mind to how to deal with that threat coming from the south. They know they'll be coming from the south as well. They know eArena's drop spots, rotations, their timings. They've played against them enough to know, yeah, they're coming from the south. So if we do want to talk, that's where we will find them. Buriram United, on the other hand, they're going to have a bit more of a dangerous journey of probably equal length coming in from the center of the map on the east. They might look to try and wrap around the northern side and come in, or maybe even head south and come in behind eArena. Yeah,
they might even take a little bit of a slower approach to actually take that rotation perhaps in the blue zone if they want to ensure that the coast is absolutely cleared out for them to also eventually get a better idea of where exactly they need to be. But by the time that it hits phase 3 or so, I think like a lot of all these great spots across Montenevo or even somewhere across Power Grid is going to be absolutely claimed. So you definitely got to pick that poison, though. Right now, it's going to be Hongaf just scouting all around. A couple of all these shots coming out, and he's also been giving a little bit more pressure towards the side of Daytrade to not actually cut over through the field. So for most part, I don't think that they're going to go in for direct clashes, as they're still going to be absolutely safe within the areas of Chumacera, where you just got so much of all these covers to actually work around with.
Yeah, pushing a little bit out towards the church, but TDT lost the onus early, not wanting to get caught in any sort of engagements in the urban areas up in Esports. They took the church under the Daytrade. Maybe they were looking to try and get a split across that area, but TDT have got a split of their own on the opposite side, getting the high ground of Chumacera. Daytrade putting out these warning shots, this puffer fishing or peacock, you would like to call it, depending on whichever region. Just putting the shots out, letting people know, hey, this area is occupied, don't come and try and crash us. But TDT, they've got enough of a safe distance to get themselves a bit of a split of their own. MG, though, could be a problem for either of these teams, depending on where they opt to go. As this emergency parachute takes them into the zone, they could drop anywhere, and if they find a team split below them, that could be big problems for either Daytrade or...
Yeah, and if they really want to play it super safe, they could just cut through maybe the further south side, which is pretty much unclaimed throughout the high hills. I mean, there's still perhaps a team that's currently holding over onto the corners of Montenevo, which they will need to pay attention to. Other than that, I think it's absolutely up for grabs. So a good call to actually go for that early emergency pickup rather than actually utilizing it a lot later. Now, for Tanker already spots out a couple of members of Cerberus. Well, it's definitely going to be hard to actually get anything out of that warehouse for the moment, but at least they've taken notice. And NKT is also over on the foothill as well, so they definitely can plot something in return for the late game exchanges.
They're always plotting something, aren't they, NKT? They've always got something in their back pocket, and there's going to be a victim somewhere out there who's not coming, and they're going to fall flat on their face twice. In the previous X-Men and Cerberus both fell to the shenanigans of Khan and his genius IGLing, like hopping out of gliders into team fights and getting one killed, but it worked. Happy making their way all the way around from the northern side. Crater Fields, La Cabrera, a big convoy. They've got a wide rotation to make as well, but again, should be relatively uncontested. They're hugging the western edge of the zone, and this time NKT isn't there to catch them all the way out towards the western reaches of the map like they were on Run.
Yeah, I love that Evil Patrick just wants to be pretty darn sure that nobody's going to be aiming out for him. He's just reaching out for the unplayables as well. So here comes the Sandstorm, though, getting over on the corner of Savageman, but of course, no battles taking place. Nothing to worry about. Just some blockage of vision for just a couple of moments. As for X-Men, they are one of the few teams that are actually coming from the south side. So if it actually shifts further down into even the corners of Valdemar, then I think that they definitely do have the better upper hand against all the other teams who will be funneled into the central area, where if teams were to bypass that region of Picado, that's just going to be a very high volume of traffic of players that will have to just hold out for the time being while X-Men could just win.
That's so talk from Oliver. Pop their tires from 1,000 meters away and just has to sort of jog by and catch a lift with his teammate from this point. X-Men, yeah, the Sandstorm delayed him a little bit, but he's still going to find a way to put that high ground to use, even if it doesn't mean getting points. But just delaying your enemies, making their life a little more difficult, sometimes all it takes. Tidoit making a move out for Windy Gaming with the engine cut, silently sneaking up onto anyone who might be lurking in this compound. Thankfully, there's nobody there, but they are going to rock up behind the back line of eArena, who may not expect a team to come in behind them on a zone like this. Buriram did wrap up towards the northwestern side of the zone, and now heavy regrets as the zone goes all the way back southeast. Arena up on the high ground just to the north. Windy Gaming, a lot of free space now to move into as well.
Yeah, suddenly everyone over on the west will have to just find a way to just cut through safely in that sense. Where you saw how many teams were actually planted over on the spine of La Driela, as well as areas like Power Grid or even Montevideo. So that spot around that far west, we're just going to be seeing perhaps a little bit more bloodshed moving into the end of this phase 2. So keep our eyes peeled for that. Roy Esports, they love to actually take that late approach as they are traveling from the north portion of the map. I think they should be relatively safe as compared to the rest of the pack who are over on the west side for sure. And speaking of which, we're already getting some gunshots. Perhaps just puffer fishing for a little bit, but the more that they intimidate, perhaps Great might just actually just crash the gates as well. But for now, I think it's just a risk.
It's a little bit of like sometimes, yeah, you just put the shot here, cars nearby, and they might pull off. If it's a team like R8 and they think, okay, we would rather play from the edge, let's play a little bit safe. If we're gonna bother, we're gonna find a different way to play in the zone. If you have a team like, not in this lobby, but SGD, for example, from the PCL, they only hear 2 guns firing. There's only 2 people, 2 points, and they're gonna send it in. It can work both ways. Thankfully, though, it worked out for TDT. Not so well for Raze, though, as he's taking some shots at long range. Upchen sneaks his way up over the ridge, secures the flush as well without getting tagged down from Tonke up to the north. And X-Men's high ground making their way out of the warehouse, just and some benefits.
Yeah, and it seems like from their position, it's really hard to even find a form of response to. Just like that, losing 2 in the early stage of Miramar absolutely hurts their chances. If, of course, Fate allows it, they will be able to at least find a decent spot. But they're driving directly back into Chumacera with the rest of 40K just around the vicinity. I'm not too sure if this is the best of plans possible, but a 2v2 is still pretty much doable in that sense.
Could be. Gonna be tough, though, to try and find a way forwards. Fortanker are aware that FW are nearby. They've heard the vehicles. And it was them who it looked like were going to be rolled over by Buriram in the compound and then pretty quickly ended Buriram's game as well. Seems like they're not going to get too aggressive for now. Roy making their move around the western side of the zone, pushing up to the high ground. Deparot on the bicycle. A little bit more mobility, but a little bit more vulnerable if anyone was lurking nearby. He'll spot the vehicles of Buriram in the... No one up close range, though. Continue on their way.
Man, the journey just gets tougher and tougher this time. NKT is going to be setting up over onto the north. Perhaps they're also expecting certain teams to cut by rather late moving into these corners of the map. So they're just staying still for the moment, but once the storm subsides, they should be able to perhaps catch a glimpse of these members of Cerberus Esports on the far side, but didn't seem like that's going to be any form of a catch at all, just having a little bit of glimpse of the minimap. Sense is a really good spot, though. They got a compound over onto the small little crater over there. So X-Men, initially where they had some high grounds to work with, they will eventually bunch up together with Xavier, but exiting Chumacera, whoever's on board, I think that there's going to be some bloodshed happening later on, but Roy managing to catch Master. Oh, that lurk that they had from the outskirts paid off.
Some good shooting as well. Distance, even for the flush. Only 4 out of 4 shots to secure it. Windy Gaming, a position that they had, a little bit of space, some of it taken away by the phase 3 shift, and now up close up against MG with eArena flying in the background. Lyric's parachuting his way down, and Zizzy securing the flushes as T-Boy is gone. Z2 trying to find, but no, it's QT around the side. Gaming still in this fight, despite that it's going to be to the death for both of these teams, and eArena might be there to clean up all over again.
Wow. eArena is just gatekeeping the rest of WVG, and they just really got to settle the scores before they get butchered by the rest of eArena. Jacob's going down, though, for his backup will arrive eventually to actually get him recovered. But more and more of these members of eArena are getting themselves in trouble with the arrival of HAPPIE Squad as well.
Yeah, and R8 can actually was landing shots. He took Zizzy down. He was waiting for his smoke to bloom to maybe have a chance to get the revive on Jacob, but didn't get the opportunity to do so. He got taken out, both getting away. Zizzy not looking revivable. And Windy Gaming losing members as well. MGG just about able to grab the revives. eArena is still getting peppered through the windows. Lyrics has to hit the ground. Zizzy's just going to bleed out. It looks like they're not going to get a chance as R8 on the high ground, not committing to that fight against TDT. And now they're getting a chance to get some third-party action.
Yeah, they just got to turtle in for a moment. Zizzy still pretty much out of reach though, so I really wonder if they will be able to eventually go in for a save. MG Gaming, it's just gonna be rough tide to run these corners. Well, I say tide, this is just a desert dune with barren lands for them to even get any form of cover. All they really have is just a couple of dips and just waiting around the other side of the hill. It is going to be the rest of HAPPIE Squad slowly cutting across, so I think MG has really got to respond to that. I'm not too sure if they know about their arrival, but it could be very devastating if they don't.
Oh, this zone's devastating as well. Fortress for themselves on the low ground. Daytrade have a risky rotation to try and make to re-get 2-2 split. X-Men as well on the west compound that they can defend for now. Teams will get up on the rocks above them, and that will be problematic. Cerberus trying to fight against NKT, getting a little bit of a vengeance on themselves for the events on Tego. Lambao with an instant headshot, 97 does eventually get the knock stolen away, actually, by Dap, who gets the knock onto Pody and the flush as well. So no kill point going over. Cerberus still up and in the fight. Haisaki trying to desperately be revived in the compound as NKT and TTS are starting to win the spot.
Yeah, TTS, they're just chasing into that spot as the rest of NKT will just try to build out of this situation, but they're driving into the open field and eventually into another trap being set by Buriram United by the rim of the circle as well. Not forgetting TDT, who's always been waiting inside the compounds. Lyrics unload the entire clip, hoping to actually catch the rest of WDG. They managed to skirt out of that live, while Meglos managing to even find one up against Marcus. So that will be the last out of Win Gaming.
eArena did, in fact, get the revive onto Zizzy. MGG did get all of their revives as well. So both of them 3 standing, but R8 still watching over from the hillside. They're going to move over the road, but with a FAMAS in hand, a little bit less scary. Lambao still putting up a fight, pushing forward, trying to push onto Imkuri, but Haisaki is there. IGL or not, this man was still MVP in Vietnam series 4 times in a row, but there's nothing he can do when there's this targets on this many angles. He's gone down, and now the Tin Soldier looking to hold out onto NKT.
They're just shooting at anything that moves at this point in time, and that blue's just gonna run for that point, closing up the distance up against the rest of NKT, and he's still got that stun to perhaps make some magic happen. And now he's just slowly succumbing to the blue zone and eventually getting clipped by Hatsawa. Perfect tap from downtown.
Not opt to go for the heal. That proves a mistake. Hatsawa get 1 extra bullet. Khan steals away another point as well. NKT now up to 6. They might not get too much more aim. Plenty of heals available for Khan to loot from the bodies. But Hatsawat finds that Dalziel is there waiting. He does get knocked. Tandol cleans up the threat, but Khan now last man standing. He's got 7 first aids. He's got a long way to run, and TDT is there waiting if he does make it that far.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he could even find a vehicle in time, and it doesn't seem like there's any level available around through that corner of the map. Meanwhile, just by the spine of the hill, it's eArena, R8, and also HAPPIE Squad with this form of exchange. And from the far end of the map, I believe there's also another third party involved. Well, this is just a fatal 4-way in that sense, but I'm not too sure how are some of these members of eArena is going to make the cut this year he absolutely gated off from making it into the rim of the circle, while Happy Squad's still got a little bit more of that region, while Modern flies right through. Oh, thankfully that does not clip onto anyone, while Happy Squad just safely run right into the zone.
They're going to make their way forwards whatever way they can. They've got vehicles, but the problem is, where are they going? Where do they try to end up on this zone? There's a bit of hillside ain't going to provide cover from the opposite side of the hill. Even R8 is taking losses as well as they look to make a move, and that fortress, that defensive position for Zen is paying off with knocks on multiple teams. 3 different teams just received knocks from Zen in the past 5 seconds as they all try to scramble for whatever position they can find. Buriram, X-Men, Savior might be there. Grenade to greet them.
But they're focusing on this 6 as well, so they're kind of pincer in between. So they gotta react and respond, or perhaps push up towards the side of Xavage men. But they're just hoping to turtle their way through that dip that they just did manage to secure. While CZ did land a shot over onto Latte. So that exchange somehow favoring the side of eArena to create a little bit more space for them to eventually squeeze right past. Well, T2K up the hillside, they gotta make the climb downwards, and the rest of X-Men is lying in wait where they will just look for a pickup. While Roy, they're in deep danger right now as they're being held back by the rest of Daytrade's arrival.
They know there's no way for them to get into this zone, so they're just gonna fight, get whatever points they can. Doesn't look like the revive is gonna come through, but a Molotov has been found, but Belmont one in hand, and a headshot will be the end of Edv King for game number 5. 1 more to go after this, and Daytrade, and they've got 5 points on the board, make it 6 as Siga find Tigers another knock and a well onto 40k down on the rocks, the compound of Savage Men. Daytrade might look to try and push that position. They need to get the point too.
But they're already been spotted out. Tigers gonna have a tough time to actually get out of that high ground terrain, despite actually having a really good video to perhaps go in for certain trades, but that leaves him absolutely vulnerable. So Daytrade got some tough decisions to make. There is gonna be some creases where they could just work around with, and the zone is not too far off. So perhaps they could just swerve past some of all these areas while BRU is currently being occupied with the rest of X-Men.
Can still going. He did find a whole bunch of first aids, and you can still out heal the blue zone up until 7. A bit of distance to cover if Daytrade spot him. If he takes a step 2 to UNQ in the shack, gives away a footstep, his game will be over. He's still outside of the placement points, but he doesn't know it yet. He's still just got a little bit further to go, and that's his last first aid to the sprint.
Oh boy. And is he actually gonna find one? Oh, he's going for the exchange and he wins it out! Khan, oh Khan, he does it all. And with 9 HP and a dream, he's still here and he's made the placement points.
Impressive. Somehow not getting nailed from the opposite side of the circle either. He's got a couple of smokes and a couple extra first aids for him to go on. He might actually be able to survive just long enough to outlast 4 tanker, get an extra placement point. That would be pretty impressive stuff from the position that he found him in 40k. I'm not going to allow him on this. Probably just going to give it up to the blue zone without giving the points over to Zach. Just makes sense for them to do so. No, doesn't make it that far. No placement point. 40k will take 1. That's all they're really going to get.
Well, still a valiant attempt though from how he's been able to at least trade it off with at least a kill point. So for the moment, Zen Esports also have to make a run out into the wall open. Also, Paolo's got himself some cover with the rest of PDT inside his shack, but the bottom shot right through, and he almost clipped the entirety of BRU. Close but no cigar though.
And that's the difference between APAC nades and a team like Twisted Minds, who always throws double, sometimes even triple nades. 2 of those at the same time, and that's instantly 2, maybe even 3 knocks. Vehicles are going to explode as well, so their cover will be gone. But just 1 grenade got a big chunk of damage onto Buriram, but not enough to actually wipe them out from that position. Belgian bots trying to dash back. Maybe they just didn't have an extra nade. That would be a hell of a shame. as that could have been Buriram completely obliterated, and Happy Squad with a bit more of a chance to make a position work in this game. Then they had their position for a while, points out of it. Now they have to move into the open like everybody else and look at all the different colors tack up. Every other team in the lobby focusing heavily towards Zen, and their run is not looking good.
This game is absolutely rough for whoever's inside of this lobby, and Daytrade somehow still managing to stay afloat for so long. We were in the midst of all these exchanges, and eArena will have Sizzy slowly putting outside of the zone. So that will be at least a decent 6th place finish, while BTT hoping to actually build somewhere in the middle of fields. Well, 10 Trip, he's already got his position noted, but there's at least some slight covers to work with for that member of DVT to get a little bit more spread so that they can eventually take a peek on who's over on the field side.
Well, that's the theory, but when John got headshotted immediately by Elgin bots, it falls apart pretty quick. Buriram, they did lose a player. Raids came over from X-Men. Their vehicles exploded, and eventually their time on the side underneath to an end up on the high ground. Still 4 men strong, the only team who still has the claim to that sort of benefit. Still solo lurking up on the north, and Elgin Bots has come down to try and secure the flush on towards John. Extra space for Happy Squad to maybe try and get away from the tyrannical clutches of X-Men up above and maybe find an angle with that folded shield for some cover. If we could catch Savior, if we could Oliver looking the opposite way, this could be a big swing in favor of Happy Squad.
Yeah, and also take a look at the other 2 members holding down the line up against the rest of X-Men as well. It's not going to be an easy descent for Xavage men, especially now that they're just by the edge of the zone. So what they could just do is just to hold still until phase 8 forces them out. For now, they're just hoping to exchange, but Lucky J runs out of the open, and that is just going to be a free pick. And I say that Daytrade gets exchanged by Van Moon.
He tried. Flash was going for it, but Van steals away the point. Up towards the north is dealt with. X-Men now experiencing a little bit less pressure as Happy commit their forces down south. Sapao was very tempted to maybe start throwing grenades over towards Flash. Holds onto them because he knows this is the only play they try and make. Grenades, blue zones, not bouncing as far as he would like. Elgin Bots is going to get down by this blue zone somewhat once his jammer pack failed. Only one reaching. It's not going to secure the knock that he needed. It will lead to Evil Patch out of the zone.
Yeah, as much as there's a member advantage for the side of Xavage, but once they actually climb downwards, they're just going to be eventually open to some of all these angles for Sapao to slowly pick them up. So I would still say it's pretty much anyone's game to take at this very moment. So TDT, at least they got themselves a little bit of cover. Everyone's just hugging by the edge. The direct center is almost unplayable. So very, very tricky scenario for the moment. Well, Savior managing to actually see Oliver cutting down Van, and that's going to be an open opportunity. And that also attracts the attention span of the members of Happy Squad. So perhaps this is go time for X-Men.
Yeah, if they still have grenades left, well, 1 grenade, 50 damage. The Dragunov does the rest. Happy Squad will clean up. Tim got caught trying to hop out of the window. 3 Xavage tearing him down with DMRs is enough to tap him out. And even with practical utility left on either of these teams, now than the north, or the more northern team on the eastern side of the zone is eliminated, Xavage men have the freedom to wrap further, make more angles. Oliver will do exactly that. Elgin Bots helmetless as well, so taking this fight, risky affair for him. But if they're going to have a chance to win, they've got to land a headshot quickly.
Yeah, Saber's also closing the distance as he's hoping to flush them out with the flank angles. Perhaps there might just be a trait that does favor the exchange of Happy Squad if they can actually spot this one now, but it's going steadily and closer. Perhaps he's just going to be able to land that perfect swing, and there we have it. Knock out the 10 trip, and all that there's left to do here is to burn him out of this match. Elgin Bots possibly just hold it down for a moment as he gets burned for the chicken dinner to be secured by Xavage men.
It's been a long time coming. I've had to wait 4, really up until this point, close time and time again, getting up into the top 4 a couple of times, but on Miramar, the first Miramar of the day, find the compound that secures the victory. They clear out the teams on the ridge below, and it's the push behavior that's it as well. Aggressive play would have definitely been risky had the HAPPIE players been watching out for it, but a little too occupied trying to deal with Oliver on the opposite side. Plays, big confidence, big win for X-Men.
Yeah, and so far the rotations have been working out for the side of X-Men because they start out from the south side of the map and they've been able to navigate some of all these safe terrains for them to quickly recover from, where they've noted that, you know, there's not plenty of teams that has been able to cop a spot. So eventually that area of the compound that they were holding out has been able to just get them plenty full of points for them to just slowly hunker down into the late game scenario. And then it's all about all the other teams who's hoping to actually cut through the valleys, hoping to survive, but it didn't seem like there's much that can be done when there's just almost so many fields of these areas being absolutely unplayable.
It's really rough for any of those teams that didn't have a playable position. So for those that have vehicles left, there's just no way. You saw Can try and make the run, a couple of other solos, but there's just nowhere. Pretty impressive, some of the teams in the earlier phases of the game, though, that looked as though their game was going to be doomed, but actually managed to be successful results. eArena in that fight, a Windy and MGG were down to duo. It looked like Zizzy was going to get caught out, not be revivable, but in the end, they picked up 10 points, which is extremely respectable. It's more than
massive
3 games. So, and definitely can difference, you know, when you're a point like this, if you're going to have a game where the zone is going to be pretty tough, if you can get as many points as you can, 5, 6 is good, 10 is outstanding from that kind of position, and that's going to be enough right for the standings.
Everybody just turned on the scrap mode, or they just know that they really have to fight for their lives in order to at least gather whatever points necessary. So even despite certain teams to be able to last long enough inside of all these late phases, some did not actually secure all too much. But for the rest of the pack, like HAPPIE squad has been able to at least cut through some of these corners. So you can see that they've been able to actually get so much more out of the situation. So that really puts this team in a really good spot in the standings by the end of this run. So hoping to actually see if they will be eventually finding themselves a window. But Xavage men, they definitely have fluctuations of rounds where they either score huge as well as have certain points where they get caught out early. This time, they make damn sure that they will take the big W.
It'll be W, 21 points picked up for the Xavage. Looking pretty solid. 8th place this game. They've had a couple of decent games so far as well. Boost to their points total will put them up around the top 3. And in no part to Lucky G's 687 damage. Kills pretty evenly spread across the whole squad as well. But 11 kills to win. Say no to that.
Yeah, and so far this team has not really changed too much on their approach throughout the past couple seasons, but we've definitely seen improvements on how they've been able to navigate through some of all these difficult terrains. And the MVP definitely has to be Lucky J, that has been able to really open up so much space for the rest of his teammates to be able to just solely close in, as well as for having all of them to be able to get that compound just to really get pretty much all that control necessary. So Xavage men, they did everything right in this match.
They took their time, got themselves into the position, did victim to any of the teams above them getting over. Angels that's playing in that area get caught out by maybe over play on rooftops and getting killed from behind. That was never going to happen. They kept 4 men alive, and right up until the end, 1 was what they secured. 11 points though for HAPPIE and Trade, and eArena with 10 as well. Pretty good result for all those teams. Some of them from pretty tragic positioning in earlier phases of the game, and NKT getting 7 kills too into Shabby.
Yeah, I guess this is rather surprising to also see that WDG this time around not really walking away with that many points, since you've mentioned how well they've been able to actually perform back in the PBS. So it's just tough. I can't really blame them looking at the situation that these teams are being picked upon. So they definitely will be able to eventually catch up. But the current leaderboards is just showing us that there are teams that are slowly falling in the form of momentum, while the rise of eArena is absolutely undeniable as they take that top spot.
Huge, holding on to it after getting that huge on game number 4. Xavage men picking first Miramar chicken dinner of the day. One more opportunity for these teams, another win before we get to 1/3 of the way through mark of the play-in stage. Out 12 make it to the finals to meet the 8.
Yeah, and I guess that these teams definitely will be making certain adjustments onto how they actually approach some of all these areas of play as well. So I'm hoping to actually see perhaps a bounce back coming from, WDG, who's pretty much going in for those early dives as well. So with all these things being set into place, we also see, BRU starting to feel a little bit more comfortable as well. So that's definitely a good sign that they can eventually go in for that recovery run, despite, it hasn't been too much of a hefty points that they've been able to secure, but at least they're holding themselves a lot steadier than before.
It's pretty impressive. A lot of the teams that have come in and look pretty solidly distant. Some of them not really the ones that you were expecting. Soldier, when you look at the Vietnam series results, they were a little bit up in the air. Their run though looked pretty good, but Miramar, again, as we it was well the level that you would hope for it to be. So far, solidly towards an upper sort of standings so far throughout our first 5 games. And it's impressive to see a team that maybe expectations were a little lower. Same thing for T as well, looking still aggressive, and that's so hard to pull off.
Yeah, it's just so exciting to actually watch the way that NKT plays on how they're actually taking fights as well, where even with them having their backs in the blue zone, you can see that they're just fighting tooth and nail for those points, but just the spine of QiWA. So that's super fun. So we just know that NKT, they're just gonna be sticking onto this mindset where no matter who they're facing up against, they'll just brawl till doomsday, I guess, if that's going to be the case. So we'll see if there is going to be any form of teams that will be able to perhaps put a stop onto their rampage, because from the setups to the way that they've been going for these kind of direct challenge approaches, seems like nobody's really got a clear answer to this other than, them being absolutely gated off from entering the zone.
Got to be something for some of these teams. They've fought them at times to some aggressive moves, but some of them they keep winning their fight. It's the thing, like eArena and our both teams that have a very play style where they like to play towards the control base, look for third-party opportunities, and respect for either team. Quite those. Almost looked as though they were getting third-party by R8 at one point, and it looked was pretty doomed for game number 5, but they found to wall it off and get 10 points out of it, which is an incredibly tally from the position that they were in. But R8, another one of those teams that really does not favor the aggressive, supposed to keep themselves nice and safe, play edge. Sometimes that really pays off here. And we'll still games to go to whether or not they pay off for them by the end of day number 1.
Yeah, just looking back at that situation as well, I recall there was that glimpse where, you mentioned that, it seems like R8 did have like the upper hand in that fight, and off camera we start to see those exchanges actually taking place, and it was Jacob that did manage to really land a couple of all these killing blows. So kudos to him. So far, Jacob has been looking super sharp throughout the second half of what we've witnessed ever since they've gotten this big stuff going inside of Tago. And I guess that eArena, they're definitely back on track already, and they should be definitely ready to just ensure that they get themselves locked in for that top 8. Speaking of top 8 positions as well, like I guess like the middle pack hasn't really found any form of consistency. I know this word gets thrown around a whole lot every single tournament, but at this rate where you're having all these teams who are high fraggers all across the board, it's really tough when we take a look at even a squad like HAPPIE squad, who ideally loves to play very aggressively, just like how they did back in the PMS. They're also looking to struggle when they're matched up against all these other regions as well.
Consistency we bring up because it's so down, really, like especially in a series like this where it's not just a 6-game series where the top 8 go through, which sometimes can't circuit format plays out that way. Particularly, like PGC towards the end of last year, Vietnam had that of format where it was basically a series. At best, would be the final game in a format like this, but thankfully for some of the teams that still do need more days of games to go, where they can fix some of their issues and can fix us as well. R8, one of the teams, again, we've brought them up a couple of times, 21 points in the standings, just behind G and Windy Gaming. All 3 of those teams on 7 points. That is a big area of improvement, but it would surprise you to see the team in 4th, NKT, with 37 points, 7 placement points. Difference is, yes, they're dying early, but getting the frags. So kind of a different way of being consistent. It's definitely an expensive way of being consistent, but it's working. Can't really complain.
Yeah, don't fix what's not broken, right? So I guess like for NKT, like eventually if they keep hitting some of all these high scores, like they might eventually find themselves a chicken dinner with this form of aggression, because for them, like making sure that you win at least 2 squads throughout any map that you play out, that's just about good enough versus, you know, just trying to sit around and wait for placement points. That's not in the DNA of NKT at all. So maybe if they can actually make certain adaptations throughout the next couple of days, perhaps we might see them getting a lot more priority onto placement points, because from before we actually conclude this round, we only got what 7 points of placement. The rest were actually out of frags, which is absolutely insane.
It's tough. We're running out of time, spend utility, but we've got time, space, and I suppose utility for one final game today. Miramar map number 6 will be our final playgrounds, our final back for day on qualify phase 1 for PGS 7, and a solid day again. PMS is showing up strong. Top 2 and 3, both from the PMS, the Master Series, are outperforming the vast majority of the Thai and Vietnamese representatives that we have in this lobby. eArena, ND, Dade, rounding 5. Single Vietnamese team in the top 5.
Yeah, that's a big shocker to me.
Yeah, step it up.
Yeah, and it's with the massive improvement coming in from some of all these squads killing from the PMS region, it really poses a threat of some of all these PVS teams to perhaps battle if they don't really formulate any form of response. So we'll have to see how things shape up by the end of this round, so that they would be able to perhaps improve some of the weaknesses, especially that you mentioned. Some of these teams, they're just not a big fan of Miramar, and tomorrow they're going to be starting with that double Miramar as well, so they better be ready by then.
Just gotta play the game they come. You don't really get to choose the battlegrounds that you take on. You just gotta adapt. That's really of the game. And that's what Battle Royale out. Find ways to make what you have work. And if you go next, try again, I suppose. Hopefully that won't be the case for some of our squads in the tournament. Both of them will meet that fate. We've got 2 more days after this. Who it's going to be?
Here we go to the final match of day one here in the PGS APAC qualifiers. So far, it's been a splendid day of action, and just like always blazing with a whole lot of all these fights taking place all across the fields. So expect nothing less of all these top guns across the APAC region, where this time we're having a flight path that starts from Puerto Paraiso heading towards the corner of Alcantara. So this is rather neutral for everybody to actually get to where they need to be. So probably no hot drops as we do expect, but we do see a flock of crowd over on the southern field instead, moving into this trajectory.
Tend to be up towards the El Azahar, clearly out towards the side. No way they're reaching that, so they're going to drop down to Tona, maybe hoping for a return of the previous zone, so they could some high ground actually get to play this game. They've not really had much of a chance for most of them. They did a like top 5 in the previous game. Most of it being bars if they had smoke, looking at just trying to the kind of PUBG that a team is hoping to play. But instead, we go with Crater Fields will be the zone. Happy squad all dead center, thinking about himself, bicycle up on top mountains and just peppering every lobby.
Yeah, I could already foreshadow what's going to happen later on. But of course, if there's anyone to challenge Happy Squad in that early game contest of who claims some of all these got terrains out of Crater Fields, probably it's going to be FW Esports, who's currently around the region of El Pozo. But we'll see what Happy Squad will be preparing themselves with. As much as some of all these areas are great to hold out, you would expect a lot more attention coming in the span of phase 5, phase 4, with plenty of teams just wrapping around the wings, which can make it very, very challenging. And once it hard shifts, it's pretty tough, especially you would expect all these snipers out there to be popping tires. So it can actually be very, very daunting to camp out early up into the craters.
They can, but someone's going to have to get it done. Up on the mountain top, the powerful position, whoever can grab hold of this, will be force in this lobby. Looks like Happy or F will be looking to claim it. Both of which could do with the points. F10 behind Happy up center of one circle. FW on 18 points so far, still 3 points away from the top 8, which has increased to just above 6 points per game now. As yes, picked up a victory early on the day, and now they've fallen down to 8th place. So that consistency that we talked, yes, they peaked once in the game, as did Cerberus early on in the day, but so far the teams have caught up. That is the problem, playing longer form. This one way cut it, you gotta inside. We see a little from those.
Yeah, I guess this is where experience does pay off, where it's all about how long will they actually last in this 3-day marathon overall. And we're already getting ourselves a little bit of early sandstorm. Happy Squad, well, they're going to be absolutely unfazed, where we last saw that they were having all the regions to themselves, while Cerberus Esports are making very early exits out of Picado just to ensure that they get themselves a nice spot, perhaps on the outskirts of El Pozo, and then slowly climb over the craters.
Eddie creeping up close to he's all the way out, far away from the sea of the rest of his squad. Is looking for some kind of sneaky play onto the X. Maybe he's not aware of the threat that was looking. Maybe he's heard that's coming. Better of it. Buried. They were all towards Potter and all the way to the west, and now he's come all the way over here, and he's going to get out of the Savior. Here's the buggy. It's that it is a buggy as well. So it's okay. There's a cheap to get the ops for it. Doesn't want to take the risk that it's a bait, and he has it looking to provide cover. So Eddie will get out of there. Scott, but wet the brow of his forehead. Close call.
Yeah, and At least there's plenty of all these regions that you could just sneak up upon and just hold still if he ever gets himself into really tricky spots. The rest of Roy Esports, they would just convoy all together while they have been able to just reach by the rim over onto the eastern quarter of Phase 2. I was wondering if there's going to be any form of challenges for them up ahead, as we are just seeing pretty much a safe distance for everybody since it's still far early. WDG, however, they've managed to eventually spot F-King just driving past, and he's being forced to actually take the long way route to wrap up towards the north side. So going for windy gaming, they should be at least clearing off some of all the passage if they really want to cut across Truce and Martin.
The way to get into this zone, which way that is. Windy gaming cuts off one angle attack. The eastern side should be relative light path southeast up to west. The further north Ed Viking goes, more options he have to get in. W will be the one to high ground first, at least on the western creative is still present on the eastern high ground for squad. His long range DMR battle will be coming through, but if they get the knock, it's pretty impossible to flush them from that kind of angle. So maybe it would just be a waste of bullets, helmets, meds. But now just happy to scout, take in from one another, hope that when the zone shift comes in, that there and the opponent has to get down.
Yeah, and I guess that's the bonus of holding on to some of all these high ground terrains where your resources are limited, where you're kind of stuck on that spot if you were to actually camp out. So they got to also be worried about how much output do they really want to commit to certain teams who are just rotating right across. If they could actually get some clean catches, else they would just have a very tough late game scenario if they are not going to be looking out for whatever is in their baggage. eArena, though, we saw them dropping into Puerto Paraiso for 2 games in a row now. It's always going to take the long way route, so perhaps they're just going to be just cleaning up any teams that's going to be holding over on to the south side later on, just like how they did, scoring quite a hefty amount of points from that past run that they had.
What's Van up to? He's creeping. He's sneaking around. Time here in power. Zone not gone quite far enough and tucked away for yet. Cerberus used to drop in power grid, so aware teams do leak their way up around these edges. In fact, they did it a lot of times in the W when BGE and Pet were hot dropping in power grid. They got a lot of points by doing that, actually, sneaking up. Shots, TDT will that Cerberus are over here. There is still present. Will to take some damage. The level 3 vest keeps him safe for now. He dips up over the... If they fall into power grid itself, it'll just be running directly into TDT. That's the trap for them.
Yeah, just like what you said, they were so well aware. You see that white 2-2 split that they're having, and Solozzi get caught out with the arrival of Dysel right underneath his nose. And just like that, because they're so isolated, they would not be able to save it. But at least there's an exchange coming from Hatsawat. But where exactly is he shooting that from?
There's Hatsawat, mile away. Oh my God!
There's not a glimpse of him in the map.
He's all the way north, up on the rock, the west. Insane range, but I actually love them. Then they know this Cerberus. They set up the trap. The shots at different angles. They know he's alone in that, so why not just pull up on him and take the fight for the versus. He does fall back into power grid and does spring the trap to the knock, but could he to put some bullets back towards it. Force flush can come through, but TDT are now starting to smelling the blood in water. Cerberus couple.
Yep, here comes the lob of the grenades right into the warehouses. And Haisaki's on the outskirts, slowly getting bombarded as well. There's not just going to be any form of reprieve as Ken's managing to secure that. And at the very same time, it's just a really tough situation to be at now that you have multiple teams also cutting across the borders. And this time with the hardship moving deeper into the El Pozo region, whoever's over on the spot of that crater field will have to slowly climb out of that area. So over in north, we will expect some fights to happen, but this one inside of Power Grid, it seems like it's going to be a standstill for a moment because the rest of Cerberus Esports decide to turtle in despite losing 2.
An urban end is the last thing we need for a game. There's going to be 100 players with only have died in the entirety of phase 2. And this is a number to increase the next 5 minutes of gameplay or so. And there's Hatsuat all the way up there on the right, all the way up the mountain.
Oh, wow.
Massive shot from him. Huge. Unfortunately, the foot quite a little bit separate. It doesn't land a drive-by. Getting another one. Oh. Well, what happened there? Just pops in and dies. Okay. So.
Yikes. Just like that. I expected a little bit of a deeper run for Cerberus Esports since, you know, we mentioned about how well they actually usually play Power Grid, but I guess like there's just too many of all these external factors that came into play. Meanwhile, MG Gaming got themselves pretty much stuck with the rest of FW as they go in for the exchange. The match to take 2 down. Great work coming from Ninja 2K, while Long K also got involved as they match to secure Zitua. Now they're kind of stuck in this situation where there's just plenty of all these teams vying for a spot inside of El Pozo and it's starting to crowd out.
Yeah, El Pozo is going to be extremely busy. Teams rocking. Get captured by UFOs. It's all game number 6. Ninja just gets some aliens, but thankfully dropped right back where he was. MGG happy to have that teammate still kicking because the 40 other players who are yet to make that to El Pozo. If this does continue, limited. It's cities on the map. Sure, you can fit 10 teams in if the demands it. Very much hope once who hasn't already made it, even if you're a team. I mean, drop onto the rooftops in El Pozo, but still with that down on the northern side in those rooftops do not do as many as you hope. They go for the high delve in up on the rocks above Fort Anchor, like a tasty drink for them to go for with this strong.
You're absolutely right on that. It seems like they really want to nosedive deep into the city where they will have to try to pick a spot through the rooftops. And hopefully they will be able to land safely though, since there's already eArena, FW, and they're going directly at the rest of FW Esports.
Straight into the town, trying to find a land on. Megvelos to touch, does not make it. Canaxi does get in. He's immediate drop. But make it on top, but that's the problem. Fort Anchor on the hound, shots flying in from all. I just have to get down and prone. Zone shifts that building and to get down from there, it's probably going to be just the same thing again. Absolutely from your power. Look at how busy LB is. Of course, we shift straight back towards this well, and X-Men get their chance to try their luck at taking a parachute to buildings.
You can see all these teams were so hard committed inside of the urban landscape. There's still a little bit of coverage that it could still swerve towards the northeastern side, and that's absolutely unclaimed at this moment. So Circle's absolutely controlling everybody at this moment. For TK though, they're also going to be taking that emergency pickup while we have the rest of the X-Men actually taking the northeastern quarter of the map. So they are going to have a field day out to just try to spot everybody inside the city.
I'm pretty sure you was going to use that parachute to get a rocket and then saw the forms having on top of it, managed to make it back compound, but is not survivable though if it can get down to him. But this is what Sideground is just so oppressed to try and look at the angles they have. What meters away, not stacks fly through. One more would be enough to take him off. But he made 10 trip that gets caught out instead down below. One fire in the fields window, looking to get suppressing fire, but nothing to be done on the high ground. Oh yeah, they're gonna have it from here.
Oh, absolutely. Just look at how sharp they're actually shooting all these moving targets. They're definitely going to be a menace into whoever's going to be either moving outside of El Pozo or even out over on the corners of Carrier Fields. I was just hoping that they would be able to have just about enough resources in the form of bullets. Now, 4TK having HAPPIE to try to get any form of cover through that. Murado has got that tower being popped up. He's just going to be stuck out in the open for a very, very long time.
And that's always the problem as well. As long time the headshot gets a knock onto Lucky, he just down out of light, and you can't flush. Like even if you get the knocks, you can't cure the point onto the. They're still just going to be up having revives for free. I guess re-knocked instantly by Lyrics. Let's save him again. That's benefits of getting up onto that hand. Wiming losing out as much rotation forward, up direct line of sight Esports and get him down. It's actually Raze that steals away the kill point. The rest I have information that says maybe don't take the same path, try and go somewhere a little bit different, but there's not many entryways. A couple of empty buildings up though. If they get them, they might just get something going, but it's not looking good. As we finally get it, 5-6, 5-7 takes down. We've been waiting for that since game one. Yeah, it finally happened.
Whoa. Well, I guess the odd numbers are the way to go this time. Well, we will actually see this hard shift once again moving into the southern terrain instead. So the spot that was being claimed by Xavage men isn't exactly being covered, so they will have to actually shoot down over onto the lower end of the field, which is going to leave them absolutely susceptible to anybody's passing by or taking the outskirts of the city. So Ninja 2K can actually eventually secure HAPPIE, which we last saw him get peppered by the rest of Xavage men. So that's going to be claimed out. Meanwhile, more and more of all these pickoffs coming in from X-Men as they take a dive right down to take on the rest of TTS.
Got a little bit of a lurking evil Patrick that they now know about. Look, AJ finds as he hops over the coupe back to safety, but no, he doesn't. Tags coming. Yes, he just about gets into a safe, and AJ's teammates still all the way over Eastern Rock, putting the pressure down. Evil Patrick, but he can't do it. That's really make the down from the rocks, but getting down from into line of sight, Tyrant Pozo is next to impossible. There are a couple of cars here though, that have been left behind by the remnants of HAPPIE and TTS. Maybe they can try and use those to make send.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned about how they're going to be traversing across the map, and now at least they do have more options on the table for them to eventually make some rough cuts over onto any portion of the map if there's going to be another shift into the other stages coming up next. So HAPPIE squad only down to Ia. He managed to spot one member out of the side of NKT. Definitely doesn't want to actually make any form of noise at this moment, which could actually put him pretty much out of the game at this point, right? And we're not even down to placement points just yet. Still 14 teams left alive. That's actually get what you get. Do have a semi-urban ending. Everybody's just hugging by the walls, so hopefully they actually find something in return. So it really boils down to who makes some of all these drastic maneuvers out of the city.
It's really going to come to the placement zone. We'll decide a lot about who comes out ahead of all the teams who have already committed. As actually looking off into the side, doing a lot of onto the X-Men. They tried to make a move, taken out to himself. 3 of them now.
That's wild. I didn't actually expect that outcome. When do we actually get a replay of that to really see what really went down? It seems like the rest of X-Men are having struggles to descend, and they're just by the edge of the blue zone right now. Lucky J, he is running out in the open, hoping to actually find a couple of restock. He's got quite a number of first aid kits, but seems like it's just tough luck that that circle does not favor them at all.
They favor everyone inside El Pozo, which is pretty everyone at this point. No one in Pozo is to make a move. ED Gaming lurking in the dips up towards the northern side are still within the comfort of this next circle. AR is looking for his final kill. And Lucky G has been spotted, but okay, I'm in danger from basically everywhere on the west, and he just acts fate in front of the boy. No way he's going to find any shots back towards them. Lucky's the last man, but not looking particularly fortunate. Zone shift. He's going to have a real to get any points out of this game.
Yeah. At least they can actually end the run for tonight, smiling with at least 3 hefty points that's being scored by these members of HAPPIE squad. While Atawat's just waiting for the right moment, trying to pop the hit out of Huang. Just hiding by the hay bales, and now he goes prone, just misses by a millimeter at this point of rate. TDT, they're just going to sit still, and they know for a fact that they could still play around those hay bales for a very long time until it forces them back into the urban terrains of El Pozo yet again. Now, look at the urban landscape. Where do you think it's going to end up? I mean, there's plenty of teams over in the north. There's some banking on hopes that it will actually shift over south. Of course, tough for us to actually see what could actually churn out for the meantime, since, you know, everyone's just staying put indoors, just hoping to perhaps remove some helmets for whichever window pane they're peeking off from.
What would be a brutal circle from this point? Down the city where all the open roar, or maybe somehow find a way to shift out of the city and everyone just TDM in what remains of El Pozo. I'm not so sure. Maybe up north, windy, bit of a chance to hold on to their brick building zones out there, but there's enough in the field that's still a possibility. eArena looking to try and out remains of TDT from those down low ground position, pressing into them from on their north. These rocks giving them enough cover. They get here comfortably and look for the shots as X-Men will be cleaned out. A push now on 40k on a beautiful rain over the top.
Yeah, they're all just going to be taking all these close proximity fights. So everyone's just gearing up for close quarter combat, as they do expect the pushes to come right through. But that one, he pointed in the right direction, but not too ready to take on Hakai. He gets to, and he can just shut down some of these members out of 40k just like that, and saves the day for them to survive even longer in the city.
A good fight, got down, but he's a bit far late for 40k. The double blue zone forced him out of his, but he did well to get the knocks, but that's all that he was do. Couldn't either. FW will back up to 3 men strong, but it's likely only temporary. Zone has shifted side of the road, and unless they have smoke grid folded shields, vehicles, sort of, there's not really much of a chance that they're getting across. Robots as well, meaning a similar fate all the way western side of this zone. They're going to have to find a way to advance through the 2-2 split of Daytrade and everyone else who's lurking, waiting for teams to step out into the open. And immediately, as soon as Roy exposed any amount of himself, both Buriram and RAs.
Yeah, the exchanges are happening on the outskirts as eArena exchanging blows with TDT, and they're just hoping to eventually be able to zone out TDT completely, as I don't think that it's going to be much of a chance where TDT actually gets much of a space moving into the future runs, while WD, they're on the outskirts and they just get eviscerated with everything being thrown right at them. Wow, this is absolutely well what's really happening here inside of El Pozo, as there's even more action taking place as Rules hoping to actually find more catches over onto the apartments.
There's a whole lot of very small area. Ed lined up, but ducked behind what a little bit of cover remains for Ken. Still trying to find aids over the top and clear out FW as they make the shin from the northwest. Last man standing as well for R8 coming in from this angle, but it's another nade at the top for FW. Exactly as they open doors onto 40k, and actually a Molotov upward, trying to find some crazy angle. Ray's taken out, and now we are fighting to the top. Page secures the final bullet into the back of Latte.
Yeah, they managed to make it pass into the corners of the stadium, but exiting this area is going to be a tough time for the rest of Buriram United, where they will have to have even more smokes to be able to cover the tracks of the streets, while Zen Esports are hoping to hold down the line up against FW, who just arrived, crashing right through and makes quick work out of eTwat.
Then locking mate to the back line as Buriram keeping an eye on this fight. FW is still managing a way to get to this zone, just barely keeping themselves in. Eric's taken down by twin brother Flash in the kill feed. And now FW trying to use this new position to get some shots into Buriram. They're going to have to get past Buriram and MGG. Surely there's no way that that's capable of happening, but T can still hold on to their low ground ridge all the way on the east, and they're even pushing forwards, separated off Pody for NKT into a separate building. They might be able to hold on to this ridge longer and deal some serious damage.
Yeah, I stand corrected right there. I thought that they will be forced to actually reposition, but now they have to actually share some of all these low ridges with NKT not really finding all too much of an angle to be able to trade right back until they fully commit into that factory compound, while the rest of BRU still holding out, hoping to secure those points up against FW. It's going to be a little bit of a race between them as well as MG Gaming, who's hoping to stash some of all these points away. The nades are thrown right through. Jacob's gonna be able to find Talendal, and Ninja 2K, he's got them pretty much running right in the open, and there you go. A shot right through the dome of Banana 1, and it's gonna be Jacob that gets onto Tiger instead. Oh boy, there's just no way out whatsoever for FW Esports.
No, not enough to cover off the shots one angle, but eNut has wrapped his way up towards the road, gets the angle opposite side. There's no way forwards. We're trying to wrap the opposite way, go south, catch Buriram off guard, but ain't no willing for that as well. They're going to catch him out if he doesn't just lose on first. Just no way through. And KT looks for things to regroup, and there he goes. Raised down. Daytrade up on the opposite side, though, as they tried to make the put eArena, and Norins has annihilated them of that sentence, but no, keeping eArena alive.
Wow, it's just absolute chaos to end the night right here. MG Gaming managing to cut the crossover onto the northern section, where they could actually get some safe refuge across the giant warehouse right across the street, while TDT tries to actually drive right through. Gets spotted out by Hatsawa, perfectly timed out there by NKT. There's still Jun, who's still hugging by the edge of the zone, while BRU tries to actually make the run. They were holding back the rest of FW, and now they find themselves in the same predicament.
Okay. A shot that was dirty through the windows. Can taken off from his angle. That buys a tiny bit of time for Burr to try and make anything happen. We have lost our final hope of having a Vietnamese top at the end of today's TDT fell. We're still holding on the opposite side, but look at the positioning for NKT. It would take all three teams to push in time for this to maybe have any chance. Burr do get the revives under press. Norins tries to land a grid. May have just either got a couple of, maybe even flushed away to the players that were close to being revived. Yes, they can, but push. It's going to be impossible without them.
Yeah, he's just scavenging even on the outskirts as well, just to find a couple of smokes or even first aid kits for him to just last a couple seconds longer. He's still going for more. Okay, there. He's got a frag, he's got a smoke. Hopefully this suffices for the side of eArena. But what more can he actually go for as he's trying to wrap around these southern end and hoping not to be flushed by the rest of BRU, who's found a couple of vehicles to just maneuver deeper into the center of the field. So it's going to be a very long game to play out, and he's got to get past the rest of these members of NKT, and also having masters by the edge of the other side of Rich.
Oh, shot onto Pody, though, double through the window, and he's actually got on Buriram. He has enough utility that if he can get a sneaky peek over this angle information on their positions, he could drop a blue zone, a frag grenade, but he's not looking. He's just creeping his way forwards. They're surely going spot him. Nope. Little peek over the top. He's the frag grenade. This could be big.
Oh, does actually chip on the health bar. See Mountain Cat over on the roofs. Dimacy as well.
No.
But he actually deplete the entirety of Buriram United. Now he's throwing in the smokes just fluster up the side of Master. It's going to be a blue zone grenade. He does go down in the end. Master secures it, but Master, he's just having so little room to actually play things out for him, but still surviving by the end of it.
Oh, Master got the full med off all the way back to 1 HP. Nor like he was about the impossible for a same in 2 minutes. Keeping eArena alive, but not enough. And now MGG have a pretty impossible task of their own, trying to get a road as NKT no longer have to worry about their Norins did the heavy lifting for them. They get to clean up MGG and then deal with Master when the time comes.
Remember what we talked about NKT, if they were to continue with their highs of kill points, eventually they might even find themselves a chicken dinner. And I guess we don't really have to wait for far too long because it might just happen right now with the best of advantages. Just a couple of stragglers on the outskirts, and there you go, MGG falls on turd.
1k damage club for Hatsuat as well. Pody, okay, gets a little bit high first knock on the first of the solos, and then pushes out, catches Master, is caught by Master on the ridge, but a 3-man push, surely there's no south. Can though does get knocked, leading Sam Mask through the air with fire, does secure the first win. NKT, it's a big win as well. 10 points, they only had 7 coming into this game, but NKT's consistency that got them 4th seed out of the series continues on into the fires.
What a way to kick off our first day of this APAC play-in run, and we're getting ourselves a taste of just about everything from crazy terrains into urban endings by the end of tonight. And NKT just pulled off another double pointer to end the night here, finally rewarded with that chicken dinner. It's just so tough out there, and I just couldn't really make up how NKT has been able to hold on for such a tough battle that they've had to actually go through.
It's been real tough for NKT, but really pulled through. They've been so damn... It's not quite to the level of Buffalo Esports, who won the Vietnam series, but showings in the Thailand series and continuing that on here as well. Cerberus Esports getting surrounded and Hwang F dominating them towards the later stages of their engagement as well by himself. I was a little worried for him, but he pulled it out of the bag, and then everyone else went to El Pozo to meet their fate. And NKT's fate zone, they get the win.
Yeah, I guess like that's pretty much simply put, right? Where it does favor them, where they didn't really have to run around the city as compared to all the other squads. Initially, we thought, oh, Xavage men could potentially reap a lot of rewards, but it didn't favor them at all, where they were forced to actually shoot downwards. But at the very least, they managed to still get quite a number of all these elimination points to actually book out the match, where EA even surprised us with that 3K to eliminate majority of these Xavage men members.
Yeah, he put up a good fight, and the truth for a lot of the players, they did the best that they could. They put up a good fight, but ultimately you need to secure the kills, you need to secure the placement points. Getting 2 knocks when you're being put a 3-man is impressive, but ultimately in the leaderboard it is not reflected whatsoever. Happened to FW Esports getting taken 2 players down as they made the push onto 4th anchor, but it wasn't enough. And then eventually their push over the road wasn't enough either, as they were all picked apart systematically. There was just too many angles to try and deal with. That's always the case in an urban zone if you have no vehicles, which are practically impossible to hold on to. But still, it's putting up a massive solo performance as well for eArena, cleaning up Daytrade, almost getting the better of Buriram. A nasty double headshot into the windows of the west. He's showing he's still got it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this round, we definitely see some resurgence coming in for many of these squads, including BRU, who managed to salvage that very sticky situation of having Masters to eventually clutch it. And by the end of it all, perhaps we're just trying his chances up against the rest of NKT, but of course, with his back against pretty much the wall, there's only so much that he could have actually done right there. But it's pretty exciting stuff that we've gotten so far for today. NKT wraps up the night here with a total of 12 kill points, and just look at the staggering amount of damage being done here by Hatsawat and Khan.
That is almost half of his team's damage, and only 4 kills to show for it. But again, urban endings, you're going to be farming days, but getting the flushes is still super tough because everyone is immediately behind a window with a teammate right there to res them. But still, massive work from the whole of the NKT squad to hold on to their position as long as they could. Even playing kind of a risky split at one, with the northern side holding his position, but Hatsawat, 1,000 damage. This kid has come a long, long way since his debut for Theerathon 5 years back. Made an appearance at PGC in 2023, and now found his home in a brand new roster that's working out.
Yeah, and he absolutely shines in his roster as well. Well, arguably the entire Theerathon 5 roster where he was part of, he still definitely performed pretty much up to par. And when it comes down to how he's been able to gel so well with this roster that has been really stirring up a story in the PTS region, it's been pretty much up and up for NKT, and I just really want them to just put the spot in the finals to see how well do they match up with the cream of the crop.
Yeah, they came so close in the Thailand. They were about 50 points away from the top in terms of performance. Again, it's the circuit format, so points are a little weird for the Thailand series, but they really were up there. They were outperforming the likes of eArena, outperforming Daytrade, and right now they're doing the exact same thing again here.
Yeah, and just looking at all these form of urban settings, we still get a pretty much heavy involvement for a majority of all these players out there. Very top heavy as we do expect it to be. And look at the end of the leaderboard by match 6. We have a tie for the top spot where NKT and eArena are currently sitting at 59 points for the podium for now. Equal amount of placement points and equal amount of kills. This is just something that we did not expect at all.
Again, big thanks to Norin's. eArena picked up 11 points in that previous game. Keep it tied. 3 of our top 4 from Thailand. Lacking a little bit behind, but there's a couple there looking to pounce the first opportunity in days of games.
That's right, and of course, with plenty of all these teams still trying to book that top 8 spot, we'll definitely see whether if Cerberus will eventually find a better run heading into the later course of the day, because they start off pretty decently. Maybe not too much inside the Wrangle, but at least in rounds like Rondo as well as Tego, they definitely have some spark of brilliances. But Miramar, it looked rather rough for these members of Cerberus. Now they find themselves in tight ropes, so hopefully they'll be able to slowly navigate their way back into their winning formulas again. But, well, that wraps up day 1, though. Is there any form of these moments that you could basically highlight that was your favorite portion of any form of match at all?
I've got to say, I'm just impressed by some of the teams that came in, maybe not expect great performances out of. NKT, yeah, again, it's they performed really well in series, but even I still underrated them. I think in my prediction, them not making the finals, now I look stupid for thinking because they're practically already locked in. Roy Esports as well, not the highest seed coming in from the PMS, but still having a really solid performance. Not the teams that I would have expected to be to that level, but it just goes to show that everyone here, everyone who qualifies for an event like this is certainly capable of fragging out to this sort of level, to this extent. Everyone's a contender when it comes to the play-in stage. When we get into the finals and we introduce some of the teams that we have there, that's where you might start to see some of these slightly less experienced teams begin to struggle. Maybe the way that NKT is playing, as impressive and aggressive as if you're up against a team like Decimate with lots of international experience, maybe they might just be able to find ways to outfrag you and sort you out, so to speak. But impressive to see the way that everyone's come out swinging and no one's holding back.
Yeah, it's just look at how these teams have been really sticking into their formula and really not really backing down. It seems like for the trend as of the moment, those who have been willing to take fights have been able to get the best out of these situations. But tomorrow, perhaps we'll see maybe a little bit of a shift of direction as well. So I just can't wait for what they will have to offer to the table. But of course, they definitely need to get themselves a little bit of break. And of course, that wraps up what we have for day one. We hope to actually catch you guys again. Make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe button, as we'll see you guys same time, same place here for the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025. Good night.
睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我但未努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無解，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，都唔識轉嘅咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，睇一陣就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想問第三，就問復習，身份住好我要出盡力對不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，都唔識轉嘅咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪得嚟。惡下睇漏眼做合都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我但未努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，咁知但係有人好運有人無解，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，都唔識轉嘅咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就，咪就。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個身份住好過要出盡力對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到難就轉人啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益？看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世。